and look at your reward. It's a new trial.
That is right, folks. Brand new month. Starting fresh, I guess, as far as on the fluids.
We're good streaking!
And we got Dark's coming in. Dark's coming in, I guess, as far as what's the streaking already.
Still have story. Come on, everybody, we're going! Here we go!
Alright, put your clothes back on. Put your clothes back on. It's a tad bit chilly out there, so yeah. No more fluids, I guess, as far as we got a brand new month here, because as far as we got the folks that were on the list, Racer Batman being one of those there, and it looks like that sub is not falling off yet. We got some few folks here. So one of them, which gets as far as I was in the top 5 that I got wrote down here. I've not seen this person speak or interact in chat. So if they don't tend to interact, I guess, as far as here in chat, I will move it. The decision, I guess, as far as to the next person in line, which I'll not reveal, I guess, as far as for now. So if you're not here and you're not saying something in chat and you're in the top 5, I guess what I'm trying to say is make sure you say something. I'm not going to gift somebody, I guess, as far as a free sub, I guess, as far as if you're not going to say anything. So you still got 3 days? Yeah. Okay, that's cool. We're going to keep track of that one there, Racer Batman. But yeah, I know there are lurkers, I guess, as far as in the chat, I guess, as far as at times too, and as much as I very much appreciate that, I want to make sure I'm giving the opportunity for the free gifted sub, I guess, as far as somebody that is interactive in chat. So if they wish to say something, I guess, as far as to want to pass it along to somebody else, yeah, definitely let me know. So the next one in line, I don't know if Jay Booth is in here yet. If once Jay Booth gets here, we got Brent Linderman, Smootolini. I know Smootolini will pop in here every once in a while, and of course that top 5 is with this spot, I guess, as far as a little bit questionable. I haven't heard that person say anything in chat, I guess, as far as, so definitely speak up in chat, I guess, as far as let me know. So we got some new things here. I guess, as far as that's come out on the Steam Workshop. 1988 Chevy Monte Carlo, so another generation of the Monte Carlo. So we've gotten ourselves acquired the drag version. There's 2 trims of this. There's the stock and there's the drag. What I wanted to check in here, does this actually have a roll cage? I think it does actually have a roll cage. It's supposed to. It might be missing. That could be true too. So we do have that. Also, we were on the lookout, I guess, as far as to get a 454 SS drag that I've created of my own, based on, and we have gotten one of those, a 5-star. I played a pretty penny for this guy too. We're a little bit in a hole with it. I'm gonna try and get it all fixed up, I guess, as far as hopefully get less out of the hole. But this is my own configuration of that 454 SS without the vinyl top that the creator has given us there on the Steam Workshop. This one was originally from Lithuania. We're gonna make it home over here. So I transferred a lot of the bits, I guess, as far as from this drag car. This one has the bench seat. So the 454 SS has the bucket seat option with the console. That was much more, I felt that was much better of an option, I guess, as far as for drag. So it's a little bit bits and pieces of that original drag car onto the 454 SS. I think that turned out pretty slick. I like the, this is how we found it, I guess, as far as at the auction. So there we go. So we got these 2 cars, I guess, as far as to work on for today. I think we're going to get right into it with this one. We're getting right into it with this one. What is going on there, Jono? Trying to get that snowball fight going on. We haven't had any fresh snow. No fresh snow, I guess, as far as dropping for us, I guess, as far as in IRL. But it has gotten colder. It's supposed to warm up. It's supposed to warm up a little bit this week and then get cold again. So we got that to look forward to. So I think, if I remember right, this one does not start. We're going to try and see if we can get this one started. Yep, I'm going to try and top it up with some fresh oil. And see if that'll work that way. Yeah, give us some, yeah, there we go. You playing some more Schedule 1? You've been playing the crap out of that one, huh? You probably know that game inside and out. Yeah, put some fresh virtual snow down there so we can make some snowballs. There we go. That works. Yeah, let's see if we can put some fresh motor honey into this. How low are we? Yep, not that low. We'll put some fresh stuff in there and we'll see if she'll run. This was a 3-star over at the salvage auction. Nope, that's not what I wanted. What am I doing? A little bit of brain fog. Alright, let's put... Not what I wanted. I want to put some oil in it. Thank you. So we got that supercharged OHV. Yeah, that should be good. Check that out. Make sure we got the proper level of motor honey in there. That looks good. About as clean as she can be. Alright, let's see if she'll run. Pretty cool design, I guess, as far as like this. This is very reminiscent of that generation of the Monte Carlo. You got the console shifter. Start it up. You got over 500 hours in it. She's a runner. She is a runner. Good deal. She just needs to get cleaned up here a little bit. So I think it's supposed to have a roll cage in it. It might be missing. That's something I'm still working on with the Gen 2. So I like the way this one's done. Tubbed out here in the back. as well as rear seat delete. That's the approach I want to take on this guy here too. You are not late. You were already here. I don't know what you're talking about there, Dart.
I believe it was the radiator.
Yeah, so we'll probably end up taking out the back seat of our drag Camaro here too. Put the roll cage into it. You know, I keep seeing these cars coming out on the Steam Workshop, and it gives me a lot more new inspiration. Might have learned some things too, I guess, as far as on the texturing of the interior. Just the way I'm doing the map channels, I guess, as far as for different materials, I think is what it's coming down to.
Ain't got no gas in it.
Well, this one here, we've proven it does. It does. It definitely got some gas in it. It was originally from Vermont. That's probably why it's so rusty. Yep, it's kind of one of those areas, I guess, as far as it has the... look at that. It's even got the rear window defogger, I guess, as far as embedded into the glass. That's pretty slick. That's the first one I've seen of that. It's even got that third brake light. That was mandatory in these cars of that generation, around that time frame. That's when that was introduced as a mandatory thing, for that third brake light. So you had the two brake lights there, and that was considered the third brake light. And you had that. That was like law. That was written into law. Alright, let's fix up some body panels on this guy. I think our inventory's clear. Yep. Let's just get to work on this guy. Let's get her done. Let's get the body in good shape. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe we can keep the car this color. We'll see how we're feeling. This one's also got the wipers built into it. Man, there's a lot of detail in this car. It's even got the speakers up here in the dash to include the vents for the defroster. Wow, a lot of detail in the... Wow, it's even, this is pretty wild. This is the detail I'd like to get to, I guess, as far as all the mounts, I guess, as far as for the servo. You got the cowl. Wow. Yeah, it does definitely inspire to... It's even got the pins here for the door. Wow, I don't have none of that detail. See, it says you even got the sill plates. Holy mackerel, yeah, there's a lot of detail in this sucker. I dig it. This is very, this reminds me too, also, of the Buick Grand National. Same body style, relatively same body style, only by Buick as opposed to Chevrolet. Let's get this window out. Jonah just sitting over there like a mouse, just playing the Schedule 40. Does that come out? Nope, so that's part of the body, okay. That would have been really neat if this would have come out. Make that as a car part. Looks like the roll cage is in it. And it definitely does not interfere. That's a pretty cool roll cage. Oh yeah, that's fancy. I like it. And it doesn't even interfere with us being able to get into the car, in and out of the car. We've seen our share of cars that have a little bit of problem, as far as with the roll cage in there. Getting in and out of the car. Sweet. So let's get this out. That'll be considered a car part. I think that's about everything we can fix body part wise. Let's go get these over to the bench. Get her fixed up. Yeah, so once the folks that are in that top 5 for the month of February are officially showing up here, we'll get them all squared away. And we know Racer Batman's still got some time on that sub. Wait, what is this part? Looks like an antenna? I don't even remember taking that off, but apparently I did. Wonder if that was on the fender? Very well could be. So apparently it has a radio antenna. That's some pretty cool detail. Definitely like the... Okay, here's the roll cage right there. Nice. Very nice. Still working on that roll cage setup, I guess, as far as for our drag Gen 2 Camaro, amongst other things. Alrighty then, so all those are fixed. Let's get these back on here. So we need to weld the frame too. So our frame is in the yellow, but let's go ahead and get that welded. That all cleaned up. 700 to get that welded. That's not that bad at all. Oh yeah, she cleaned up nice. She's got that like that midnight blue type of paint job on it, similar to our other drag Camaro. This one's got a little bit more shine to it. Yeah, pretty similar. So that might be a nice comparison between the two cars. Have that shade of blue. Cool. All right, let's get this out of the way. So she is welded. Let's get the body panels that are refurbished back on here. So we got our front bumper refurbished. It's got that little bit of a spoiler on the front. There's our grill, headlights, all refurbished. Digging this hood. So this is a more of a traditional cowl induction type of hood. We did the low profile version on our Gen 2 Camaro. Dig it. I want to be able to get some hood pins on our drag car. That'd be kind of slick. Very, very slick. So it looks like most of the body panels weren't on here. We weren't missing anything. Not bad for... We'll get some new... Oh, there's the antenna. That's a cool detail. Pretty cool detail, I guess, as far as to have the antenna on the fender. Brings back some memories. Definitely bringing back some memories. I never had one of these, but you know, I've seen them, quite a few of them. I guess as far as in my day, would have been cool to have one of these. Always liked this body style too. This generation of it, the G body. All right, let's get some new winders. Gotta go over here. Well, it's got an engine cover too. I don't know if it's in this drag one. We'll have to double check and make sure. I know in the 454 SS drag custom that I created, I guess as far as I removed that engine cover. Going on there, Ghoulish Man. Welcome in. Hope the day's going well. Do we get the rear window? Nope. Get a new rear window. I like how they included the rear defogger as far as in that back window. That's slick. That's super slick. I don't know how the heck they did that, but that's pretty well. I like that. Is this? Wait a minute. Okay, we need a new one here. Can't remember if I replaced that or not. I don't think I did. Get a new one in there. New one in here. All new winders. Okay, so our body, with exception to the roll cage, I need to get that back in there too. Let's see the hologram for that. Let's take this back out for a second. Put that roll cage back in there. Oh, it's gonna be one of those deals. All right, hold on. Let me get that roll cage in there. Do it like this. There we go. That back window back in, and that should bring our body to 100%. 94. Okay, what did we miss? Check our parts list. Might be that engine cover. Yep. So it does have the engine cover, which is right here. Get that out of there, and we'll get that fixed up. Cool. I like it. I like it. Pretty cool to be able to have the engine shroud into that. Pretty cool core support on this too. Nice. I'm gonna drain this and we'll fix that radiator up before we put that engine cover back on. Let's drain this out. Get some preliminaries done. Okay. Then we can get the radiator out of there. Let's get that fixed up, and then we'll put that, we'll charge the battery too while we're at it. Get that charging. Fix up the radiator. Sweet. Slap that back in. Hello? There we go. Solid core support to be able to put that radiator into. That's cool. I like it. Let's get a new reservoir for that. Back to this store. Yeah, this ought to be a fun one to do. Alright, battery's still charging. Get this out of here. We'll get this all fixed up. Going on there, old timer. Yeah, so I found that. Yeah, you posted in the Discord, I guess, as far as about this car. Picked this one up pretty nice with some TK aftermarket items. And we're working on this one right now. We got the drag version. It turned out pretty cool. We're getting this one fixed up. Let's see. Let's go for here. Is that fixable? Yes, it is. Oh, it's been a while since we actually broke self today. I guess we're try not to do that. We got a good track record for not breaking stuff so far. Yeah, once I saw that car that you posted there, old timer, I guess as far as like, oh, same creator, I guess as far as of this version of the Monte Carlo, which is the 70. This is my own config of that 454 SS. Made this into a drag. 454 drag. One of the main things I like this one here, without the vinyl top, of course, but also the center console. It's pretty nice. So I put in a request, I guess, as far as to do a 454 SS without the vinyl top. So that's been added. So I kind of added to that, making it into a drag. So taking some of the bits off of this config and applying it to that worked out pretty good. Obviously, we changed some things like the rims and such, but I think it turned out pretty good so far. Alright, let's get these parts back in here. We want get our cleaner back in here. So it's got a little bit modern stuff in here too, I guess, as far as going along with this old school OHV supercharged. A few modern amenities, but interesting setup. Here we go with it. Okay, we got our cap. That's all refurbished. Our clips are refurbished. Alright, we'll get a new bug juice container. Let's get this one drained. Let's deal with this fuse panel. I'm trying to get this one all 100%. I didn't look to see on this one how much in the hole we were with it, or if we were in the hole at all. I know that that one's sitting outside. We're about 9 grand in the hole with that one. And we kind of overpaid for that maybe. But I want to get that one fixed up. Get it out of the hole. Yeah, I gotta double check and make sure this spot over on the red side's working. Let's see. Wake up, bot. Yep, showing it over there. Boop. There it goes. That's a good boy. Alright, so let's get this taken out, so I have to get a new ECU. Do some preliminaries here and there. So we know it runs. It is a runner. We just had to top it off with some what am I doing here? That's not what I want. I want to take out the, there we go. I hate when it gives me the wrong menu. Better than the recent one? Maybe because you're old. What was the recent one? Yeah, these older generations, we've seen this body style, I guess, as far as in the salvage auction. We've seen it sitting there. It's kind of like a placeholder. So the fact that we actually have it in game to work on, I think that's pretty neat. The G body Monte Carlo. Yeah. So I have not seen on this one yet if it does have a full frame, full body frame, and take a look at that and see. Haven't got that far on it yet. Need to drain the oil in it anyway. So does it have a full body frame? It looks like it do. Look at that. Full body frame. Not too bright. Yep, it definitely does have a full body frame. That's slick. Cross member. Doesn't necessarily have the proper cutouts here in the fender well, but probably not a terrible thing. I think that could be easily corrected by making a cutout for that from the modeling standpoint, but otherwise not too bad. It's got the double wishbone set up. But yeah, full body frame as the G bodies were, I guess, as far as back in that time frame. Cool. It's a pretty simple frame setup there, but solid. I like it. So let's go ahead and drain this oil while we got it up here. So which one are we considering there? Then the recent one? What's the recent one? I wonder if I missed one. Oh, alright, so we're drained. Let's get that out of the way. Should be able to dismantle this. We can get this pulled out of here. Because I don't need that on anymore. Downpipes. Get those out. Is this the one that needs... Nope, we're good. That's just the collector off the header pipe. Let's get the downpipes out of there. Transmission dismantle. So the fact that it has ABS on this one too, even though it has the old school supercharged, that's a nice retrofit. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gonna do that. Looks like everything is lining up. Got some turbo resonators on it. Nope, those are catalytics. I'd probably take those out and just put the, it does have turbo resonators as well. A little bit of modern with the old. Pretty neat. Alright, let's get this transmission off. So there's still the stock one, I guess, as far as this one too, that's just the two trims on it. Alright, that should be enough to get that engine pulled. Bring her back down and get that yanked out. And get that engine fixed up. Sweet. Train. Yank her out. Thank you very much. Alright, she is out of there. So we got the ABS. Let's get this refurbished. She got some thick meats in the back. Nice. Drain out the cherry juice container. So at least she does have, she maintains the power steering. Very nice. Okay, we'll get a new one of those. So let's go park mount. Get a new one on the list. Cool. Servo. ECU will have to get a new one of those. Go to the electronics store for that. Keeping it all just stock. At least for now. Did we get this fixed up already? I think I did. We did not. So let's go get that fixed up first. And get that put back in. So far I'm not seeing anything that is repairable. To the point where we can't repair it. So obviously we spent quite a bit of money, I guess, as far as on these last couple of cars, I guess, as far as get us down below 5 million in the bank. That's another thing I take note of. I think a big chunk of that we paid damn near 100,000 for this thing. I think it tells me. Yep. Darn near that. That one hurt a little bit, but I'm gonna get that one all fixed up there to hopefully get that out of the hole. Okay. So, get these things put back in here. I'm gonna wait on the engine cover. Yep, I'm gonna wait on that one. Hold on. Get out of that mode. Go into here. Mode. There we go. So we need a new bug juice container. That one's not gonna do. Let's get a new one. We don't want that one. We want a new one. I want a new one. One that don't stink. One that don't. Yeah, whatever. You know the song. Right. Let's get some new fusion relays. I want this guy, this guy, this guy. All these little guys. Alright, we gotta go back to the electronics store to get those. 2 of the big boys. Oh, I missed one. 2 of the middle guys. 4 of these little ones. We need 3 of these. Yo, there's Smootalini. Heard in the news that the Mexican guy went to jail for attempted murder. He said he was trying tequila. So you gotta use the accent. He's trying tequila. That's funny. Nice one there, Smootalini. That's a good one. Smootalini, you still got some time left on your sub. You were one of the lucky recipients, I guess, as far as on the top 5 for the month of February. We need 3 of these. So once that sub does drop off on there, we'll make sure you get that taken care of. And we got Evan the Banditor coming in, sneaking up the joint. Did you have another early day there, Evan the Banditor? What are we up to today? Did we get everything? Yes, we did. So let's get these in. Yeah, so for anybody that did make it into the top 5 for the month of February, do make sure you get to speak up. I know Smootalini just did. We'll make sure once the sub does drop off, get you taken care of. Don't forget to, I guess, as far as if you don't wish to have it yourself, you can always pass it along to somebody else. That's your choice. It's my my way of showing appreciation, I guess, as far as for the support on the channel. That's what I think about today. Yeah? That's fair. Been crawling around the ceilings all day. I mean, that's just the story of your life when it comes to that job, right? Should be used to it by now. Okay, so I think that's most of the preliminary work here in the engine bay. We got the battery still on the charger. Let's get that off the charger. Boop. That's a fun one. That's going to be stuck in my head now. There, Smootalini. Thanks for that. So the Mexican guy went to jail because he said he was trying tequila. Oh, God. Needed a good laugh today. That was a good laugh. Pick the worst time to quit nicotine too. Having a little bit of withdrawals, are we? Alright, so I think we got most of that. So look at the detail even on this core support where it's got the hood pin latch. That's slick. I like that. So that's a part of the body. I'm gonna wait to put the engine cover back in there until we get the engine redone. Yeah, that's a slick. I like it. A lot of really good, cool detail to this thing. Let's get the engine on the stand. Get this thing refurbished. And I'm hangry since I just skip lunch. Because if I leave, I'll lose my parking spot. Oh, God. Poor thing. So you didn't want to lose your parking spot, so you said, screw it, I'm not going to lunch. That sounds like a personal decision there. Also sounds maybe a little bit lazy. It's like I got a front row seat and I ain't giving it up. I don't feel like walking. So yeah, I'm gonna call you out on that. Feeling a little lazy today? It's okay to feel lazy as far as every once in a while. Alright, let's get the wires up. Boop. Distributor. This one gets pinned up right against the supercharger intake. Speaking of intake, get that out of there. Look how much air you can put in that thing. It's just so voluminous. Such a voluminous air intake. If you park in the actual lot, you get ticketed. Oh, it's one of those pay deals, huh? Hate those. I mean, I understand the concept of it, but such a pain in the butt. I remember those. We got a lot of those in downtown in my jurisdiction. Just about any parking lot that's downtown, it is paid parking. Hence the reason why I guess I just rely on my pedal bike when it's decent weather, public transportation, or just simply my own 2 feet. I don't have to worry about parking my car, my vehicle. I'll leave that up to the other folks. Percolators out. Oh, bust down this valve train. Working downtown today. Yeah, most of that seems to be common correlation, I guess, as far as the paid parking always being in a downtown area. All that leads to is, as far as I'm concerned, you get people, instead of using the paid parking, they park like idiots out in the street. You know, the parking spots that they have in the street, which are like usually 2-hour parking, they park like idiots. Like they don't know how to park. Like they get all sideways to the point where it takes up 2 spots. So annoying. So you get that to happen too. So I guess I kind of get what you mean, I guess, as far as about losing your parking spot. I remember those days. It's supposed to be 80 the rest of the week, so I'm right. Yeah, so it's gonna get warm here this week, but then it goes back to crap. Going into the getting towards the weekend here. So most of the week here is gonna be pretty cold, but getting into the weekend, supposed to get darn near 60 up until Tuesday, and then it goes back to crap. At least that's the forecast anyway. Gotta love it up here in the 43rd latitude. Gotta love it. It's been playing murder on my sinuses. It's up and down with the temperature, just as far as it's just I'm not really allergic, but it's just it's that constant fluctuation of temperature. Just murder on the sinuses. The sinuses just don't know how to behave. Oop, got a rusty bolt. So if I am sounding a little bit stuffed up, that would be the only reason why. Next week is going to drop back down to the oh, you poor thing. See, yeah, we're going to be just hovering above freezing. Well, once it does, so that's where we're currently at right now. We're pretty much right at freezing. Then it'll get up coming into like Saturday. That's when it starts to climb, I guess, as far as on the temperature. We'll have a pretty decent weekend. for the most part, temperature wise, and then it post fact of like Monday going into Tuesday goes back to crap. So Mother Nature gets as far as not short at all. I guess as far as with being undecided in what where she wants to be. I guess as far as for this time of year. Kind of like a repeat of last year, actually. I've seen Smootolini gets as far as flexing, claiming that spot. Anybody else going to challenge that? Who's willing to dare challenge that? Let's see. Let's get these pistons out of here. And there's a raffle. Our first raffle for the new month. Feel free to get that back. Get in that action. Just as far as you can get those fluids built back up for new months. Do 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 do. Get the pistons out of there. I think I've said it before as far as probably one of the most favorite ones I like to work on are these OHVs. They're very similar to working on these IRL. Old timer getting on that action. Build those fluids back up. Yeah, so regardless of where you ended up last month, this is a whole new month. New chances. Okay, so we get that. Oop, get the crank bearings out. Trying to take this out in a legit fashion. There we go. And let's get our crank. Let's get our block off. Block is refurbishable. Okay, we didn't leave anything. Nope, nothing hanging. Let's fix it up. Got a nice combination of orange and yellow parts. No red parts. Didn't see any red parts at all. Being a 3-star, I guess as far as from the salvage auction, it's a good deal. Try not to press her luck too hard, I guess, as far as to break anything. Been a while since we broke anything. Hopefully we don't destroy that track record. Now, doesn't really count. Like if we misclick, I guess as far as on this thing, and we don't completely break it, or it just breaks it down, but doesn't completely break it. That's not that doesn't count. Lots of parts to refurbish. Gotta love it. Obviously, there are going to be some still some parts we got to replace. That's just going to come natural. We did have some rusty bolts inside our crankcase, which is not good. That means we had leaky seals. I'll seal her all back up. Like all the underbelly parts are refurbishable. Oops, gotta hit that again. Crank bearings, all that good stuff. I'm hoping, I know I've probably said this before, I'm hoping that they do add an animation, I guess, as far as to work on the lathe, I guess, as far as to bore out the engine and or resurface, I guess, as far as a lot of the parts like the crank bearings and such. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think that would be wicked. Alright, so block. That's still yet to be seen though. Or crank, refurbish. These stones, we're gonna get some new ones along with some rings. Put the rings on it. Doggone it. 8 new pistons. And put those rings on it. Helps when you spell it right. Put the rings on. Sweet, slap those in. Yo, what's going on there, Jay Booth? Oh, you got some sub in the left too, it looks like, huh? You were one of those folks. Welcome on in. Hope the morning's going well. Yeah, so regardless of how many days you got left on that sub, we got you on the list, I guess, as far as of being in that top 5 for the month of February. Definitely feel free to remind me, I guess, as far as if that sub does drop off. Get that taken care of. So yeah, let's get the bottom in. Try to do this somewhat legit. Put our crank bearings in. Now, as we know, the game does not fault you in which order you put these parts into, unless otherwise designated, but this would be the legit way to do it. Get your crank set. Pistons are already in. Technically, I guess you wouldn't. Yeah, we put the crank in first and then the piston, so that way it can rest on the journal, and then put your caps on. But yeah, we're good. Like I said, trying to do it somewhat legit. You're waiting for the morning coffee? I heard that. So what are you waiting on? So you getting that from a so you had a restaurant, you had how does that work? Where are you getting your coffee from? You don't make your own coffee? I'm not a coffee drinker myself, but every once in a while, if I do have a coffee, it's usually like I don't know if you'd consider it a latte. I usually like the Irish creams or the hazelnut. You know, the flavor coffees like that. That's what I like. Alright, we need a new flywheel. Button up our back end. Get that crank all nice set into place. So our clutch plate is refurbished. Need a new pressure plate. Okay. Keeping it all 100% green. Do. Your sub drops in 8 days? Holy crap. You got a little bit of time on that one. I know Racer Batman said it had 3. So, I wish there was a way I could actually take care of it, I guess, as far as to kind of continue it. And I guess you have to wait until it drops off. Yeah, that would be a neat feature if Twitch would allow to be able to extend on that gifted sub. Yeah, that'd be cool. I know for the user themselves they can do that, but it takes away from me being able to give it for free. So, oh well. We'll just have to wait that time. So let's do. Yeah, need a new one of these. Put that on the list. Oh, guess I did get 2 of them on there. Whoopsie. Just that list. We only need 1. So we'll need a new distributor. Those are not repairable. All the time and stuff in there. Boop. Got cover on. Let's get it on. Okay, I'm gonna get a new distributor. That's gonna be from the electronics store. Yeah. About the only thing in the timing that I shouldn't say that. Never mind. I'll take that back. So the fact that there's certain parts of the timing that are repairable, but other parts that are not. I think that distributor should be repairable. Should be made repairable.
I'll be back.
Who'll be back? Gotta go get that coffee. Jay Booth said they gotta go get that coffee. We'll be right back. We'll be here. So I guess I got that to only do it one time. Nice. Ooh. Got that working. Bot's doing its thing. Okay, we need to go back to this store. I don't think Evan the Bandito answered my question about, yeah, obviously you're at work, so you're just on break. Yeah, it's not playing hooky or anything. Appreciate you coming in here, sticking up the joint, making sure your presence is known. New fuel filter. Working our way up to the top end of the engine. Cool. Mission coil, that should be refurbished. Cool. Got our engine heads refurbished. Get that bolted in. Oh, God, it's so shiny. It's so shiny. Proper torque sequence. Gee, is so shiny. One end and then the other. Ooh, nice. Intake, refurbish. So much air you can put into this thing. Very voluminous. Obviously, this blower produces a lot of air, I guess, as far as that the engine can use. Of course, you got the bird catcher that's on the... Yeah, that's pretty cool. A lot of things going on with that intake. Bolt on exhaust manifolds. Get some new sparkulators and all that good stuff in there. Gotta rebuild that valve train. Come on, ride that train. Keep it running. Alright, we need some new push rods. We need a mechanics dozen of those. Gonna need some rockers too of the same nature. Oh, I said 16. Don't get carried away. Let's not get carried away, shall we? Yeah, so I think the other thing that kind of throws off the number of days left on some of y'all subs is February being the shorter of the months as far as days. I think that's part of that. Otherwise, we'd be pretty well caught up. So we need 16 of these. Mechanics dozen. Oh yeah. Get this thing purring like a kitten. So yeah, we already determined the Monte Carlo we're currently got on the lift there. It has the double wishbone suspension with the subframe. So you know what we're working with there. So let's cover that up. Seal her up. All seal. Build this valve train. Yeah, I definitely hope they don't take away a lot of this level of detail, I guess, as far as towards engine construction. I know they are going more the modular type of design of that. I am looking forward to, for sure, I guess, as far as not having to rebuild a whole engine just to put like a supercharger onto an engine. Be able to redo the top end. To add that feature to it, that'd be cool. But I think there should also be added different cams, you know, with different lobe duration, depending on what type of setup you have on the top end. So if it has a supercharger, obviously you need different duration on the cam. Quite honestly, I would like to see something added in there to have a different, you know, like a tuned cam, I guess, as far as to go along with the tuned parts. That'd be a requirement. Because let me tell you, you try to put a stock cam on an engine that has a supercharger on it, that's not going to run very well. It's going to run like poo-poo. Might even blow up on you. Don't have proper load duration, I guess, as far as on the cam. Alright, so these should be refurbished. Bird catcher, we're probably gonna have to get a new one. Those are not refurbishable, unfortunately. Alright, get some new air filters. 2 of them, please, thank you. Oh, Jono's also trying to get that snowball fight going. I'll get on that action. Why not? Yep, we need a new bird catcher. Let's go ahead and get one of those. Anybody else gonna get on the snowball fight? There we go. Top end should be good. So we do need a new belt here yet. And we're gonna need some sparkulators and some wires. Fans should be good to go. Sweet. Alright, so sparkulators. And a filter. Let's go to oil filter. Brand new. Nobody else wants in on the snowball fight. Bummer. Okay, so sparkulators. Get that on the list. Go to the electronic shop for those. 8 new sparkulators. Joan will be calling the popo on everybody. He's like, where's everybody at? Wake up. We got a snowball fight going on. Let's go. What's wrong with you people? Oh, what's going on with my chat? My chat's having a fit here. There it goes. He's back. Okay, wires. Need some new wires. Got this one nice and cleaned up. 100% green. Should be good. So, front end, bottom end, top end, back end. Marvelous. I think we're good. So, we need to do some work here on the front end before we slap this refurbished engine back in there. Let's get her done. Alright, it's got a rusty lug. Let's get her cleaned up. This is a nice, it's another thing I like about these 3-star ones here, because as far as they have, most of the parts are here. They just need to be, fine-tuned, you know, just refurbished. Clean them up a little bit. They're kind of fun. Okay, let's get our shock assembly out. Get that rebuilt. Brand new 100%. Alright, let's get this side broke down. I might go with some different rims on this. I think I'm gonna go more with the Traeger SST style, like we got on the 454 SS that's outside. Also our Gen 2 Camaro. I think I might go with that style instead of what's on there. That'll be a little bit of a design change. Minor design change. Of course, we got to get new tires on those rims anyway, so that'll work. Get them end links out. Sway bar out. Forward control arm out. Sweet. Steering rack out. All this parts look like they are indeed refurbishable. About this. Whoop, we got one more wash bushing. Repairable. Beautiful. Alright, let's get that on the bench. Now, we do have some rotors to remachine. Get those done. Multitasking. We like to run efficiently, you know what I'm saying? Yep, all good. Love it when we have so many parts to repair. Feels good, man. Better now? I got your coffee? Nice. So do we like it with just black? How do we like it? Alright, so we're gonna get this other rotor on there. Okay, so we're gonna need our 12 rubber bushings. Standard dozen of those. We're gonna need some new brake pads. We're going to need some new tie rod stuff. One for each side. Wheel bearings. All the particular stuff. Wheel bearings. These is for the front. Need some caps. And we have to break down those shock assemblies. Go do that. You like it standard? What's standard? What's considered standard? Coffee, 2 sugars, and milk. 2 sugars and milk. So that's what you consider standard? I mean, standard around here, if you were to ask for a standard coffee, that'd be black. You got to be very specific. So if you want the sugars and the cream, and I guess as far as you better specify. All right, so separate. Got to keep it separated. Yeah, see, for me, I'm not. Coffee that I like is like the flavored coffees, like the hazelnut, Irish cream. Those of that like. I like those. Those are good. I guess you gotta have a little flavor to it in that regard, not just the cream, milk, or sugar, I guess. Let's get this other one. That's if I do. It's very rare, I guess, as far as I have coffee. Not a big coffee drinker, so okay, we need to turn to that guy. Where is? There's my springs, and where are my shocks at? Where are those shocks at? Let's do this way. There they are. 2 of those. All right, cool. Let's get those rebuilt. 2 caps. 2 springs. And 2 shock absorbers. Marvelous. Get those back together. Come together right now. Over me. I just like morning kickstart. So I guess the way my kickstart, I just take a hot shower. Hot shower gets it for me. Once I get into the shower, I'm good. So I get them both. Nope. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What happened here? Oh, that wants to put those back together. Okay, yeah, we did get the 2 new ones back together. Sweet. So, let's take a look at how this looks. Yeah, see, it doesn't have the cutout in the fender well for the suspension. It's about the only downside I see to this one. So far. Needs to have that cutout there, I guess, as far as for all that business. I mean, it doesn't take away from the functionality of the car for sure, but I feel like that does need a cutout in there. I'm not gonna knock it for that, but I mean that's something that can be edited from the modeling standpoint. Not that we haven't seen default cars, I guess, as far as not have all the proper cutouts like that. Get our bushings into our refurbished subframe. Cool. We're good to go there. Steering rack. Knuckles. Tie rods. All brand new. Sweet. We need a new sway bar. That is not refurbishable. Slap that in. Woo, woo, woo. What are you doing? Lower control arm. New bushings. What car are we working on? What's going on there, Brandon? Over there on the red side. We're working on a 1988 Monte Carlo. Drag. Mind you. Freely available, I guess, as far as on the Steam Workshop. So, if you're on PC, obviously you can get your copy of that one. So we're just refurbishing the front end to be able to put the restored engine back in it. You plan the Xbox One? So console, got you. So, unfortunately, you wouldn't have the ability to get these mod cars on the console. Yep, so this would only be available on PC, unfortunately. We need some new end links. I don't take any credit for the design of this one, but we have worked on our own. We're trying to build our own car, our Gen 2 Camaro. Alright, so we got a remachine rotors. Pads are brand new. Calipers are refurbished. We got new bearings. Love your videos. That is what got me playing. Oh, nice. Yo, there's Farmer Guy. What's going on there, Farmer Guy? Welcome on in. Hope the morning's going. Yeah, we're doing it. I appreciate you showing some love there, Brandon, with the videos on the YouTube.
Ain't got no gas in it.
This one does. We've confirmed it already there, Farmer Guy. It does have some gas in it.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, what's that going to prove? What's that going to accomplish?
He did what in his cup?
I don't think you want to know what he did in his cup. You don't want to know. That's a secret. Okay, lower controller. Yeah, we've been kind of smoking here a little bit on this thing, yep. Oh, make sure you take that outside, Farmer Guy. We don't have proper ventilation in here. That's what we got outside for. Yeah, we, so for some folks that watch Farmer Guy, if you're following Farmer Guy over there on the purple side, we did a little bit of auto war late yesterday. Doing some more digging. Digging some holes. We even set a nuke off. I should say Farmer Guy set a nuke off. So if looking to see any of that action, we've been doing that on our Sundays here. That would be Farmer Guy's Mondays. Make sure if you haven't done so already, make sure you get him followed over there on the purple side. We're doing all right there so far, Farmer Guy. You cut out when he was commenting on my. What did you miss there, Brown? I was just saying I appreciated the appreciate you checking out the videos over there. Trying to give some comment over there. We do the one live stream there over on the YouTube side, I guess, as far as on our Mondays, just to show some love over there and do some simulcasting. So we are simulcasting over there on the purple side over at Twitch as well. So we try to get the word out about these cars that they have available. So if you're not on PC, this kind of gives you some clue of what kind of cars you can play with, I guess, as far as we've got the PC. So what we're going to do now is work on these, bust these tires down. Got to keep them separated. Hopefully you caught that there, Brandon. I don't know if there's ads over on there on the YouTube side or not. I'm not sure. I know on the purple side, Twitch, it usually happens. Got the dancing chicken. Alright, so I think what we're going to do, like I already mentioned, is we're going to put different rims on this. And I want to put... I can't remember what kind these are. These are rim 25A. So that's like a Krieger SST style. I want to put those on there. We're going to put those style of rims on this this Monte Carlo. So, I'm going to fix these up and probably just sell them. They are fixable. Go ahead and fix these up and we'll just sell these. We'll get some 25As, which are kind of similar to the Krieger SST style. We are going to get some new tires. Over here. I want this size. 215 wide, 55 15s. Okay. Got that on the list. Let's go to the tire shop. And we'll get some Dominators, y'all. So we need them 15-inch. These are for the front, so we'll get two of them, 215 on the width. Whoops. And then we want 55 on the sidewall. Beautiful. Good chunk of change gets as far as just for two of those. And then we also want to go to the rim shop, and then we want to get the 25As, which will be... Where's she at? 25. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Rim 20. They're in here somewhere. 21. A lot of rims to choose from. Where'd that 25A at? 23. Be in here somewhere, gonna find it. 25A, which is... Wait a minute. Right here. There they are. These are the chromed ones. We'll get two of those. Actually, I might go ahead and get four of those right away because we need them for the back too. I'm going to get four of these. And we need them to be 15-inch. I think it's 15-inch on the rear too, I hope. I checked that. Yeah, let's reconfirm that we do have 15-inch on the rear. See what that says. Yep, they're 15-inch on both front and rear. That's good. Other than the width on that, we got some big meats in the back. Alright, let's put these back together. We want our 25A with our new slick. There we go. What is that emote from? That one? Oh, Neon Missy. Okay. I think if I remember right there, correct me if I'm wrong, Farmer Guy, I think that's, oh, I'm gonna get the names wrong. I think that's the dude that played Star Citizen, I guess, as far as a lot. I think that's, I think if I remember right, that's what that is. Yeah. Oh, crap, we put the wrong tire on there. What did I do? Only get one? Shoot. Alright, I gotta take that back apart. I put the wrong tire on it. I don't want the scuff on it. Oops. So we need to take this one back apart. Okay, so take it off. Did I only get one? I did, didn't I? Wait a minute. So that was only one tire or 25? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. So we gotta go here. Shopping list. What the heck happened to that other tire? Seriously? Oh, I do get them both together. Oh, I bought too many. Oh, this is going to be... Never mind. Okay, we're good. So these are going to be for the rear. We do got our two fronts together. That's what was confusing me. Alright, we're good. We'll check my work here. Holy mackerel. I forgot I bought 4 rims against the first, so we need them further back too. We're alright. Everything's fine. We know what we're doing. Okay, those are good. Get these back on the front. That'll finish up our front end. Now, I don't remember. Did I have white letter on this one? Yep. But these we got the whole shots, though. As opposed to the Dominators. I don't know, I guess it's personal preference if you want the Dominators or the whole shots. We'll keep the Dominators on this one, I guess. You switch to your phone account, it loads better. Does it really? Usually it's the other way around there, Brandon. Usually on mobile it's worse for most folks, so that's kind of interesting. You know, it comes in better. Interesting. Alright, so the front end's pretty much done. Yo, Ms. Candy, what's going on there? Just about to say, hey, I hope you're doing have a good day. So far, yes, absolutely. Got herself a Monte Carlo, I guess, as far as we're working on. Yeah, let's break apart. What have we been up to? I gotta see what Ms. Candy's been up to. Oh, it looked like they playing some Battlefield. How's the Battlefields going? How's the Battlefields going? Nice. If you ain't following Ms. Candy, you better do that. Go fix that. Right now, they're doing some pew-pews. It gets as far as in Battlefield 6. Good stuff. Hopefully, getting the W's in the Battlefield 6. You're dying a lot? Yeah, that happens. That happens, unfortunately. What happens when you get involved with the pew-pews? So got our front end pretty much done. Let's work on this rear end now. Other than the fact that we did put the whole shot slicks on the 454 drag, this one's got the Dominators. About the only difference. Got some rusty parts on here. It was a 3-star from the auction. Obviously, we expect to see a little bit of rust on it. Nothing a little bit of repair can't fix. Pretty modern rear end on this thing too. Nice. Got the modern rear end on it. As opposed to having the less modern one that has the powered rear end. This one's got the busy rear end. It's pretty modern. Interesting approach. So I'm not sure what the stock version of this Monte Carlo has. I'll have to find one of those, I guess, as far as at some point and see if you can't check that one out. Yo, Miss Kenny coming to the 10 stream streak.
God, sorry. Come on, everybody,
We're going. All right. Put your clothes back on. It's chilly out there, so appreciate the 10 stream streak there, Miss Candy. Much appreciated. I think I got some streaks going on over there too. I don't remember where I'm at though. Pea water. Buddy gave you a 24-pack of Natty Light. Oh yeah, that's definitely. That's the poor man's beer. Hey, it was a free one though. It's a free case. Can't argue about that. Yeah, if it's a free pack of that, I can't argue. Oh, I like that emo. What is that emo? It looks like a little parakeet. Oh, it's a pickle. It's a pickle. It's a wiggle pickle. Nice. A little wiggly pickle. Free case, and we drink while fishing. There's probably still 5 beers left. Oh, that's from when you went fishing. Yeah, I know we talked about that on Saturday, whether or not you were going to have the video for that fishing trip on the bike. I think that's still yet to be seen. For those of you who haven't followed Evan the Band Eater, I guess as far as on the red side. I don't know if it'll let me do that. Yeah, I don't have the ability to give a shout out to Evan the Band Eater or the red side since we're on this side. But what I can do, let's see, will let me do that? Probably not. I need to figure out something, I guess, as far as I can give shout outs to the folks in there, because we are on the red side there too. Simulcasting here at the moment. I'm sure I'll figure something out. We'll figure something out, I guess, as far as so we can make sure if you are privy to just being on one side or the other. Try to spread it out there a little bit between both platforms. We did the pros and cons of the bike last Sunday. Yeah, oh, I must have missed that one. I got so busy yesterday, it was stupid. Just adulting stuff. Wasn't the fun stuff. Okay, so let's get that all out of there. Let's get some new fuel tank. That's not going to be refurbishable. And the pump will be, so we'll get that pump fixed up. Cool. Let's get that over to the bench, get that fixed up. So how's our rear end look? It's got the full body frame, which I can dig that. Look at this, that's cool. Full body frame. That's a true G body form. You have the full body frame. This is what I'm trying to accomplish with our Gen 2 Camaro. So we're still working on it as far as this guy, I guess, as far as to get that going. It's coming, slowly but surely. I'm hoping to get it out there before we actually get some demos out, I guess, as far as for CMS 26. That's the hope, anyway. Whether or not that'll happen, that's still yet to be seen. Alright, we do have some rotors we can machine here for the back end. Get those machined. Get some multitasking going. Try not to break anything. It's early yet, so I'm like uber focused on not breaking anything. It's definitely been a while, like I said, I guess, as far as since we broke anything. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to be sure to check out that video that was posted on Sunday about the pros and cons of the bike. Apparently I didn't miss that. Yeah, exactly. You know, the fact that these cars that we get, you know, involved with here, as far as they're not a lot of them in the orange, to the point where we can just completely destroy them. So, yeah, that's been a good thing. Alright, let's get this fuel pump back in the tank. You're welcome. Alright, we got our rear end refurbished. This is going to need 8 of each rubber bushings. Let's do that. Need 8 of these fellas. And 8 of these fellas. Ooh, nice. These are all refurbished with some new bushings. Very busy rear end. Easy to miss something. Okay, we need some new shocks, excuse me. Got the hiccups. Two new shocks. It's shocking, I know. Cool, and we got this arm. Got some new bushings, beautiful. Don't forget those bushings into our rear cross member. Okay, we'll need a new sway bar. Those are not refurbishable, as we know. Okay, back and plates. Hub. Remachine. Oh, we did not remachine our rotors? Hold on. I didn't finish those up, I guess. So I got this one on here yet. And let's refurbish this guy. And then while we're at it, we're going to get some new brake pads for this rear end. And some new wheel bearings. So we got the drive axles going through the rear end, so we won't need the covers. Just the bearings. Cool, that'll work. Now we got our remachine rotors. New pads. New wheel bearing. Sweet. Get that drive axle back in there. Boop. Calipers are refurbished. Beautiful. That rubber bushing in there. Control arm, yes. We'll need some end links, yes. 2 new end links. Tie in that sway bar. 1 for either end. Oop. Nope, not ready for tire yet. Spring cap, that should be refurbished. Need a new spring and a top cap. 2 new springs, though they're not refurbishable. Yeah. 2 new caps. Very modern rear end on this thing. Interesting approach. Alright, let's get this side. Tie in that sway bar. Control arm. I'm bound to miss something on here. It doesn't matter what it's going to be. What is it going to be? So we already got all the rubber bushings in these cross members, so we're good there. Drive axle back in. New wheel bearing. Remachine rotor. Drive axle itself. New pads. Refurbished calipers. Let's get this control arm back in. I want to put the load of the tire in there. We still gotta put the new tires and all that on the rims. Got some different rims now. Beautiful. Alright, let's fix up these tires. So we need some new tires. We gotta break down these 2. I already got the rims purchased, so we're good there. We'll fix these up here and we'll probably just sell them. Okay, so yeah, let's fix these up real quick and we'll get some new tires for them. But we're going to use that new style of rim. That is the Krieger SST style. That, like I said, we already got those purchased. So let's do inventories. We need the wider boys. Yeah, these guys are right here. Excuse me? No, I don't want to sell it. I want to go like that. 305 50 15. Okay. That's pretty common size for that. 305 50 15. I think that's what we got on our deal here. 305 50 15. 325 50 15. We got a little bit wider. Slightly wider, but that sidewall and that size rim diameter. Yeah. Pretty common size. Anywho, let's get going to the tire shop. 305 50 15s. 2 of them. 305 50 15s. Good chunk of money for those. Alright, let's get those onto our new rims that we decided on. We want these fellas. Thank you very much. Nope, no, not that one. Back it up, back it up. This guy. Onto that one, there we go. That was the quickest balance on that tire. Must have the balance. It'll be all wiggly. Snap the tires out. Yeah, that's gonna look good. So good. I'm kind of particular with using the whole shots because those are kind of like the play on words to the Hoosier tires. I don't know these Dominators. They're more for the. I feel the Dominators are designed more for the modern supercars, like the Ferrari and all that. Not so much for this. So I'm a little bit more particular with using the whole shot, only because it's kind of reminiscent of Hoosier. So I've got the whole shots on here, as well as on our configuration for this Monte. Yep. Call me sentimental, but I guess that's the only reason why I have, who knows, I might end up changing these out to whole shots. For now, I think we're good. So that means we're about ready to get this engine plot back in here. Let's do that. Got her all fixed up to that degree. Engine's all done. Get that off the stand. Slap her in. 100% green build. There she is. Let's get her button up on the bottom end. Okay, what do we got here? So we got our refurbished transmission. Starter in there. Don't forget the starter. Been pretty good about getting the starter back in there. So we can put our drive shaft back in there. We got the rear end done. It lines up pretty nice on this. Nice and straight across. Hardly any pitch in that deal. Let's get some new exhaust. And again, we're just keeping this relatively stock, at least for now. So no performance parts, at least for starters. Get a good baseline of what we can accomplish this way. We got our catalytic converters. 2 of those.
Our next contestant is... Come on down!
Yo, Rainbow Six fan. What's going on there, Rainbow Six fan? Welcome on in. Sit down, Joy. I guess as far as we're just putting back together our G-Body Monte Carlo. Alright, so we should have 2 of these. And it is in true form of that, I guess, as far as it does have the full body frame, as these types of cars did have back in that time. Good times. So does that clip at all? Actually, it's not terrible. Not terrible. Not perfect, I guess, as far as, but based on the parts we do have available, put these cars together with the default parts, I guess as far as this is pretty good. I commend. Try to get these not clipping as much as possible, and that isn't as easy to do. Get to those. And that'll finish up our exhaust system. So where are we at status-wise? 92% on the body, so I did not put back in the engine cover yet. And we have not put on plates. We're 98% on parts, so let's see what we missed here. What did I miss? We missed, so that's all interior. I missed the suspension arm and 2 small rubber bushings. That's probably going to be in the rear somewhere. I told you I was going to miss something, and there we go. Missed a few things there in the rear end. Let's see, let's take a closer look here and see what we missed. We missed... Anything on this side? And the other side. Yep, there's that guy right there. There she be. Is that a car mod? It absolutely is. This is available on the Steam Workshop. We don't take any credit for the creation of it, I guess, as far as, but it is available on the Steam Workshop. We've been waiting for, at least I have. I don't know about anybody else, but I've been waiting for a car like this quite some time. Haven't had really any default game car, I guess, as far as to be close to this one. Pretty well done. I've been liking it so far. So let's see where we're at now. So we're 92% on body, 100% on parts. That's good. So the body is probably going to be related to that engine cover. Who's stinking up the joint? Having the Banditor got a little bit of... What'd you do, have Taco Bell for lunch? I bet you had some Taco Bell for lunch. Alright, we're going to get this all the way on the ground. Put that engine cover in, and we'll check our status again. Yeah, I really like the way this engine bay has been done, especially with these engine covers. Put the shroud on there. Let's see, let's put that back on. I like this one. That's cool. That's solid. Alright, so what's our status? 96, that's probably going to be the license plates. Yep. And I think we only have the one on the back. Right? So let's put a... Probably end up keeping this one, so I think what I'm going to do... Let's put a plate shop here. Go ahead and personalize this one too. Why not? Make it our own. Except we only want one. And that goes on the back. I don't think we have one on the front, as far as I know. So let's see, check our status. It is 100%. Cool. Now we gotta do some interior. Work on some interior. I'm kind of digging this color. That color's slick on there. It's kind of comparable, I guess, as far as to our 70 Monte Carlo drag. Also by the same creator, I might add too. We should build a Roadrunner next. We have built a Roadrunner before. We have done that. You didn't have any lunch? Oh, that's right. You did say that. And now I have pizza and oh yeah, the natural light. Yep, the leftover. Yep. Okay, I remember now. It's coming back to me. Yeah, so you were probably a hungry boy. Hungry boy. Alright, so... Plates are good. We got interior. We're going to do some interior next. Now, we do take requests there, Rainbow Six fan. If there's something you would like to see done, you stick around long enough, you'll you got to redeem, I guess, as far as for that, but that's about the only way we'll take requests. If you want to see a car worked on. feel free. That's available to anybody. Let's see. Let's do some material. Let's do the dismantle. This one does not have the back seat to it, which is kind of cool for a drag car. Most drag cars, you're not going to have a back seat. You don't want any backseat drivers, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's get 2 new seats and new steering wheel. We'll probably have to detail this interior as well. They don't do that at the auction for some reason. Just kind of bogus. Okay, let's go to the interior shop and get those items. 2 new seats and steering wheel. Okay, interior symbols, put those back in. Okay, so if we check our status, we are, yep, we got to detail the interior, get that to 100% the rest of the way. So yeah, she cleaned up pretty well, like it. Let's get our card over here. Do you think they're gonna update this game again? That's a good question, Rainbow Six. I don't know. I know the demo should be coming out for CMS 26 this month, in fact. So I kind of forecasted that it probably wouldn't be till March, but they said first quarter, which means the first 3 months of the year. So anytime now, we should see the demo for CMS 26. So that's a good question. As to whether or not they'll update this one at all. If I had to guess, I would say no. But that's anybody's guess, I suppose. Go ahead and detail this up. Because they did bring out a Rims DLC, I guess, as far as not too long ago. So that was an update to the game. So we could see another update before the demo comes out. So yeah, should be any time now, like I said, I guess, as far as, so I'm thinking there's a lot of other updates that I'm noticing for other games like Satisfactory that we play on Saturday that are happening mid-month of March. So I'm thinking we might see something similar with this game. Not that the two developers are the same, but that's what I'm forecasting. We'll see something mid-month, closer to the end of the month, I guess, as far as for a demo. And obviously that's a good sign, I guess, as far as they're taking their time to make sure it's going to be a solid demo. So our interior, we're all 100% all the way around. Look at that. So we got to do some alignments here. Let's get this over to test path. And they have a cop cars deal. Well, that's been out. That's been out. I've not been a big fan of that, and there's some other people that I know. They're not super thrilled, I guess, as far as about that DLC. Just due to the fact that the lights don't actually flash and there's no siren. But it does give you the look of the police DLC, you know, the police, which is kind of nice. I never got it, the DLC myself, so I think if it did have the aspect added to where maybe it added missions or, you know, had more functionality, I guess, as far as with that, maybe it would have been a better one. Okay, we got that. That was a little out of whack there. A little less out of whack there. But yeah, the police DLCs have been on for quite some time. But if you're just now getting divulged into it, I guess, as far as understandable. And everybody can get the DLC as soon as it comes out. Nice. Okay, so that's all done. We're all aligned, 100%. The only thing left to do is get this over to the dyno. I want to see if we can get all 890 horsepower out of this thing. Solid. Now, we got it all 100% green build, so we should be able to accomplish that. Let's get it over to the dyno and check it out. Alright, gets a little noisy in here for those of you that are new here, I guess, as far as when we dyno the cars, I guess, as far as, so if you do have the volumes turned up with the earbuds in there, just a fair warning. Oh, we gotta put the oil, we gotta put the fluids in the car yet, my bad. Kinda hard to dyno it without the motor honey in it. Better do that first. Yeah, let's Let's get all the fluids in there first. Got a little bit ahead of myself. My bad. Alright, let's make sure we got a sufficient motor honey. Looks good here. Get some cherry juice in here. Just because we call it cherry juice doesn't mean it tastes like it, so just be aware of that. Like I said, we do have the request there. If someone wants to put in a request for that, if you don't have the channel points, gets as far as to request, that's the only way I will take requests. Otherwise, we do have the 454 SS Monte Carlo drag to work on next. Got that sitting outside. It's probably fair to mention too, I guess, as far as I am a Chevy guy. So if there's anything Chevy out there, I'm gonna work on it. That's a given. I love my Chevys, and this is this Monte Carlo here is no exception. This is a pretty well done one too. Nice to see the very well put together Chevys. We got a raffle going on here too. Okay, so we got the brake juice in, coolant's in, cherry juice is in, bug juice is in. I think I've got all the juices. All the juices. Alright, now we should be able to dyno her. Once again, watch your ears. You got the volumes turned up. Or if you're in that thing, go ahead and crank it. Oh wow, she pegged out. I'm not sure what's up with that tuning. We're gonna have to check and see where they got that tuned at. That's got a crazy amount of rev on it. We might have to fix that. That sounds sick. Yeah, that's a wicked curve. So we might have to do some fine tuning on this one here to make that better. But we did get all the base horsepower that was originally designed for it. Let's see, the car from Fast and Furious that Dom drives, what about it? What about that there, Jono? So there's two different cars, I guess, as far as the Dom drives. There's also that Dodge Charger. We do have that available on the Steam Workshop as a configuration for the Dodge Charger. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with the rev on this thing here, but that's not good. We might have to go in the editor and check that out. Let's move this over to back on the left there. There we go. So in any case, we did get it dynoed. What did it come out with the class? We're class A 553. Okay. I feel like this needs to be adjusted so that if we did want to put performance parts to it, we could get it to the 890. So it shouldn't really necessarily be that high, I guess, as far as without performance parts, quite realistically. So I think what we're gonna do, we kind of do this every once in a while, get into the editor and check it out. So we're gonna see, go ahead and save this progress so far. Go into the editor, main menu. Yes, we already saved it, so we're good. Everything's Gucci. Build one? We already have, Jono. Yeah, we've already built one. So it depends on which car you're specifically talking about, if it was the Dodge Charger or not. Because Dom drives like several different cars besides that. Anywho, so let's go into the editor. Let's check this out. So we need a little bit of editor music. There we go. So what we want is this newer Monte Carlo, which is going to be, that's the stock one. So we want the drag. See what they got this set at. Well, particularly, I want to check out the Torque mod, got it at a 1. V6 is 2.8. So engine RPM mod. $45, that should be good. So I think it might have to mess with this here. So this is not on a whack here. That's what the other thing I wanted to look at. I'm thinking it might be this one here. Let's check the stock one here really quick. Well, the stock one is at a 4. Yep, so this one, that one's at a 2. So what I'm going to do is probably put that back to a 1. It's at a 4, that's fine for this one. This is a stock. Torque mod's at a 1, okay. So yeah, particularly the engine RPM mod here, that's at a 2. I'll probably put that back to a 1. But I also want to make sure, so this one here at default gets 317. That's pretty dope. That's pretty legit on that Monte Carlo. Alright, let's go check our drag. Alright, let's do other. Yeah, this should not be that high. So just, I'm not going to save this one, but just to kind of, wait, gets it back down. 478 on the horsepower. So my approach, I guess, as far as to usually adding horsepower is just to mess with the torque mod, not necessarily this engine RPM. That might be just a lack of knowledge and how to get the horsepower, the base horsepower up there. Usually it's better to mess with the CX and or the torque mod combination. So this one we could probably put this to a 2 if we wanted to, or like even like a 1.5. Get it to around 670, I guess, as far as, and then be able to add performance parts to it to get it to the 890. So yeah, I don't usually mess with that, I guess, as far as in that. So that's it makes me almost want to make my own config to kind of adjust it. I'm not going to save this one because this is coming from the Steam Workshop. That'll be I'll have to put in a word to the creator of that. Potentially just mess with the torque mod as opposed to the engine RPM. So at least we know what's going on with that anyway. That's why I want to come into the editor and check it out. Pretty cool car nonetheless. So alright, let's go back into the game. We're not going to save that. Do they have a drag Viper? That's a good question. Yeah, you're talking about the Dodge Charger? Yeah, we do have one of those, Jono. We have one of those configs. We created that previously. But if you haven't seen that, we can show that. That's a good question there, Remo 6. I don't know if there is a drag Viper. Okay, let's get back into the game here. Now that we know what's going on with that that Monte Carlo SS. That is a very good question. That gets me to wonder. I know we have done some configurations for the Viper. We've even created an electric Viper. Call it the E-Viper. Yeah, we can kind of pull those cars out to kind of see what's going on with those. Yeah, so Jono, I'm gonna take care of your request. If you have not seen our version of that Dodge Charger, which uses DLC, obviously. Let me see here. I'm gonna need to make some room here. A second here. So I'm gonna put this one into parking for a second, and let's pull out our Fast and Furious inspired Dodge Charger. Remember where I put that? That should be. That's our standard. Remember where I put that. These are all the Dodges that we've worked on. Should have a drag, which is right there. Go ahead and pull that out. This is our Fast and Furious inspired Dodge Charger. Yep. Try to replicate it as much as possible. So the one from the game was the 70. I think it was the 70. I think this one is the 68. So not 100% the absolute same, but this was inspired by it anyway. So we tried to get it the same color. Obviously, I think Dom had a hood, but obviously we don't have a custom hood, I guess, as far as to put on that, so we just did the hood delete on that. This one's 100% available on the Steam Workshop in our collection. So we have... Oops, hold on. Oh, I did that wrong, my bad. So if we do this one here, that is our collection that we have available on there, and that is available in there. For anybody that wants to grab that one in there, there you have it. So we've gotten this one to... Oh, we got some things we can fix up on this, actually. But I think we might have gotten this as a 5-star at the auction, and we just left it that way. So we can probably fix this one up a little bit while we got it out. Let's do that. We'll fix it up here a little bit. Get her 100% on the body and such. So it looks like it's got the vinyl top on it. Yep. Very unique, I guess, as far as on the fuel delivery on these cars. As far as being right here on the fender. Have you built a Dodge Hellcat? Oh yes, absolutely. So in fact, I just showed those in our parking garage. That was in 7 right here. So we've done the wide body Hellcat. We got our electric cat. That's another electric one we created. That's our own config. And of course we got the old school ones. This one's relatively stock on that 446 pack. But yeah, we've definitely done some Hellcats. We've got... This one got a little bit of tuning to it. Yep, that's our Hellcat electric cat, that's why. So yeah, we've even done those. So that's off. Back window out. Yeah, let's fix this one up. Do some interior. The windows out. Door off. This needs to be cleaned up a little bit. Yep, I'm have to detail the interior too. Get a little smut in there. Yeah, that's it. Let's go ahead and get these over to the table and get these fixed up. So we've been doing this too, I guess, as far as just to kind of go back on some of the cars that we've previously worked on. And, you know, the fact that this one came from the auction probably has a 4 or 5 star is already in pretty good shape. This needs a little bit of TLC is all. What's my favorite Viper? Out of those that we have? I don't know. Probably the OG Viper, I guess. I guess that's got the V10 in it. Like I said, I'm a Chevy guy myself, I guess, as far as, so I guess I can't really say for sure that I have a favorite, I guess, as far as on the Dodge Vipers. I mean, they're cool cars. I've come to appreciate, I guess, as far as their design. Much like the Dodges, the old school Dodges. I like a lot of old school cars like this. Very sentimental in that regard. Bumpers, fender. Yeah, the fact they remastered this Dodge DLC, did a really good job on this. We'll get the winders in a second. Got our mirrors, trunk, our bumper, all refurbished. These are not refurbished, so we're gonna go ahead and get some new ones of those. The one downside, I guess, as far as to working on these DLC cars, if they're not a mod car, the taillights and headlights are not repairable. You usually end up having to buy new ones if you want to get that to 100%. So, hold on. Get these out. Got the flip-up headlights on that, yep. Would be kind of cool if they actually did flip up, actually. Gives it the look, I guess, as far as for them being able to do that, but they don't actually flip. Okay, so we'll get some winders for it. Get her all 100%. I guess part of the reason I didn't do any of this in the first place was just to kind of maintain some patina to it. You know, that, Yo, got Mama A coming in. Holy smokes. Yo,
Our next contestant is...
come on down. Appreciate you bringing in the folks. Mama A, how we doing there?
Our next contestant
What were your plans? Make some Disney Dreamlight Valley.
You're the next contestant.
Hope the gameplay went good there. I guess as far as on that. Appreciate you bringing the folks in there. Appreciate the follows there, Mama A and John Ashcraft. John Ashcraft, welcome on in. Yeah, we're fixing up cars today. What we like to do here on our Mondays. Play a lot of different games too, I guess, as far as here on the channel for those that are new here, coming in on the raid. We do some trucking here on Tuesdays. We also do some wrenching on cars on our Wednesday. Thursdays we like to do NASCAR. Saturdays do some Satisfactory. So if you're liking any of that, feel free, I guess, as far as to hit that follow button for the notifications. Much appreciated. Appreciate you bringing everybody in there, Mama, eh? It went pretty good. You had stuff to do, so we did Disney. Nice. Got some things accomplished there, I would imagine. Oh, we got Ann Bush Mom coming in there, too. Welcome on in. Definitely hope the day is going well. Monday's going pretty good. Haven't had any reason to complain. Been pretty solid. Alright, so we got our body to 100%. 90. So we didn't put the plate on it yet. So that's going to be the last 10%. We need to weld the frame. Yeah. And these other parts are 80%. Let's do some interior. We need to do subsistence and Icarus. So much to do and little... yeah, isn't that the truth? That is the truth there, isn't it, my man? So true. Need more time, I guess, as far as to be able to work on the things. So I've heard of subsistence. Icarus I'm not as familiar with, I'll admit. Subsistence is more like a survival game. Out there in the wilderness, I guess, as far as trying to survive. That's a pretty solid game. I've seen some gameplay of that. Interior. Let's do dismantle. Yeah. The only way we can get this to 100% is just to replace it. Let's get that done. Let's get some new items here on the list. Go to the interior shop and grab those items. Alright, so there are 2 of those. And don't forget that bench seat in the back. Wait, did I not get the steering wheel? Yeah? We'll find out here in a second. Nope, sure didn't. So I need to get that steering wheel on there. Get the steering wheel on there. Normal mode. Gear shop. Thank you very much. Brand new one. Both are survival, but different from each other. Nice. So they're both survival. Okay. So like I said, I wasn't as familiar with Icarus. Appreciate that explanation. Gotta take this grandson home, so we'll be lurking. I appreciate the lurk there, Mama, eh? And bringing in the folks. We'll try to take care of them for you while you're off doing your appointed task. Your favorite muscle would be the Roadrunner. You like that Roadrunner? We have a Roadrunner. Yeah, we definitely got a Roadrunner. I have to pull that one out. Let's check that one out. See if I got that one all fixed up. So let's see what we got our status at here. So interior, probably still need to detail it. Yep, we'll still need to detail that guy, I guess, as far as get it to 100%. Looking good so far. So yeah, Jonah wanted to see, I guess, as far as our inspired Fast and Furious. So we got the slicks on the back. Vintage tire, race tires in the front. Yep. Give it that classic look. Let's... Can I move this outside? I don't think I can. Nope, I can only do either lift. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to swap this guy here for a second. Yeah, we can check out the Roadrunner next. So, yeah, just had to get this in here so we can get this detailed on the interior. Sure. I feel like taking this one to the strip. Just like screaming, it's like, take me over to the strip. Let's move this out of the way. Might have to check out some of that gameplay of Subsistence. So you did that Disney. Cool. I've seen some gameplay of that one too. That seems pretty cool. Between that and Palia, that kind of reminds me. I think it's along the same lines of those. Yeah. Ooh. Alright, so we have gotten this 100% on that, so the frame needs to be welded. We'll go ahead and weld that while we got it in here. Get that to 100%. 1500 is where we get her. She was already in good shape, but now she's even better. So other than the other parts, that's all we got. So let's take a look and see. So we did not put a fresh engine in this thing. We might have to fix this engine up. So that means we did not. 537, we've got it measured at 487. That's not bad for the condition it's in. Only about a 50 horsepower loss. Not bad. So we don't have one of these built. We'd have to pull it out and refurbish it. I think I might do that. Oh, we got it out here. But in the meantime, too, put that back. Let's I'm gonna put this one here in the parking garage, and we'll pull out the Roadrunner. I know Rainbow Six fan, I guess, as far as was wanting to see our Roadrunner. See what I did with my Roadrunner. I have that. There's our Vipers. We got our Barracudas. There's our Roadrunner right here. Yep, I think we got a little bit of tuning on this thing too. Here's our Roadrunner. It's one of the Roadrunners we worked on. This one we got all to 100%. This one's good to go. So we got this measured 425. We actually got a little bit of tuning to this guy. Did some tuning on this fellow. Put some performance parts to her. So that's our Roadrunner. This comes with the DLC, I guess, as far as the Dodge Plymouth DLC. Pretty nice car. There's a good look there, Rainbow Six fan, I guess, as far as of our Roadrunner. I think what we're gonna do is fix up the engine on this one here. Since Jono kind of requested that. Check out our Inspired from Fast and Furious. Alright, so oil and that's probably in good shape, but we'll go ahead and drain that out so we can pull this engine. Getting into the old school mood today, I guess, as far as at least for the time being. Let's get this out of the way so we're not tripping on it. Dismantle some parts. You know what I need to do first? Let's do some scrapping of all this stuff that we worked on the Monte Carlo SS. Yep, so these are the parts we took off of there. We'll just sell those. Sell those, sell all that. Cool. Let's do some scrapping here really quick. Clean out our inventory before we get down and dirty with that guy. So let's go to the orange parts. all these yellow and green parts, we'll just go ahead and sell those. At least that's the approach I like to take. You don't have to do it that way, it's just the way I like to do it. The way I balance it out. A little bit of scrap points. We are unofficially trying to get to 100,000 on our scrap points. We haven't hit that mark yet, so kind of unofficially trying to do that. And by unofficial, there is no achievement for it, which I think is kind of sad. So I guess that's part of the reason why I say unofficially trying to get there. So what's everybody else play there? Folks that came in on the A's, right? I guess as far as where's everybody else been playing? Obviously, this might have a little bit of change of pace, I guess, as far as for what you might be used to. So if you got any questions, definitely feel free to ask. There are no dumb questions here at all. I like to leave it open, I guess, as far as for folks to kind of become a little bit educated, I guess, as far as what's going on in the car mechanicking world. You know what I'm playing? Yeah, I know what you're playing, Jono. I know what you're playing. You get more hours into the schedules one. We know that. Yeah, whatever game you happen to be enjoying. We got folks playing a lot of different games than what we're we got a lot of diversity. I'd like to see the diversity. We tend to play some of the games y'all like to play too. So that's what creates that diversity. Like I've already previously mentioned, we like to do some trucking here on Tuesday. Both American Truck Sim and Euro Truck. That's what we've been divulging into on our Tuesdays. Wednesdays, I've been going kind of trying to mix that one up a little bit, I guess, as far as to do whatever we want that has to deal with wrenching on cars. Played some different games, I guess, as far as that involved that. Thursdays we reserve for doing some NASCAR, which we're currently in the Xfinity Series on that. Trying to work our way through our first season of the Xfinity Series. We're in the playoffs, at least for that first round, 12. So again, if you're interested in any of that, if you want to catch any of that action, make sure hit that follow button. Not that I'm trying to tell you what to do, but maybe a little bit of self-promotion on my part. It's my channel, so I can do that. Got a few parts here, I guess, first to get scrapped out. Climbing on the scrap points there. We really haven't applied our scrap points, I guess, as far as anything else for quite some time. It's allowed it to build up there a little bit. And particularly talking about this over here at the top, right of the screen. For anybody that was interested. I'm kind of hoping that they add to this little mini game for the scrapping. Not really sure what they could add into it, but maybe more spots in here to I don't know, get more points, something like that. Okay, so that's the last part here that we can. So the rest of these, I think I'm just gonna sell them. Let's check our inventory. So we got yellow and green parts, mostly coming off some from the Charger. We just took those out and we got those 100%. We'll sell those that we refurbished off the Monte Carlo drag. Cool. Let's go ahead and sell all that. Just like that, just a swipe of the pen. Okay, so we want to get this engine out now that we got that inventory clear. Let's fix this one up a little bit. Oops. Yeah, this one's got quite the pitch on the drive shaft on this one. That drag Monte Carlo's got a nice and straight drive shaft. Okay, so is there anything else we got to take off of here to get that pole? Nope, we're good. So this will be our second overhead valve supercharge engine to fix up for today. We did that in that Monte Carlo drag already. Alright, let's get our pole. Pull her out, she's out of there. Probably we should do some preliminaries here in the... Let's pull the battery. Get that charged. Cool. Alright, let's get this engine on the stand and we'll refurbish this guy. Let's get her broke down. So take two, I guess, as far as on another supercharged OHV. So for some of you, it might be a little bit of vujade, I guess, as far as it's like, didn't we just work on this? It's like, yep, you wouldn't be wrong. But that was a different car. So the fact that I don't have any of these built in the warehouse, I'm just gonna rebuild this guy to furbish it up. Try to get all the base horsepower out of it. So that's about the only other flaw that I noticed in that drag Monte Carlo that we just worked on is the RPM mod. RPM mod on that one is a little bit too high, so we're gonna... Oh, that's right, I didn't put it away. Jono, you found the slippery spot on the floor. Hopefully you didn't hurt yourself. Try to run a safe, clean shop here. Hopefully everything is okay over there. Yeah, I feel like I'm replicating as far as what we already did there previously. You did slip down some oil? I'll have to put some kitty litter down. Nobody else slips on that. Hate when that happens. Oh, we gotta take the valve train apart first. And we know better than that. Can't take that cam out until we break down the valve train. Do. Alright, valve train number 2. Yeah, I hope a lot of this work here doesn't intimidate a lot of people. I have a lot of fun doing this type of thing. Even IRL. So, I try to leave it open, I guess, as far as for anybody that has any questions about what they might be witnessing here. Some of y'all might have some insight, even. I've taken insight from folks, I guess, as far as plenty occasion. There might be something that I wasn't aware of that shed some light. Tricks of the trade. Okay, we gotta get this guy out first. Our intake, supercharger. And we'll end up getting all new rockers and push rods. Do. Well, we did. There we go. These are about as much of a pain, I guess, as far as they are in reality. As far as to deal with that. I'm wondering how much more detail they'll add into the next rendition. should be seeing it sometime this month. Sometime this month it should be coming out for that demo. Hopefully it doesn't get delayed. That would be a bummer. We know sometimes the game development gets as first and can get delayed. So far, from what I have, maybe no news is good news that we will get this sometime this month for CMS 26 demo. We'll be playing it once it does come out. We'll definitely be playing it. Okay, let's get this bottom in. Alright, those are out. So I'm not seeing any rusty bolts in here, which is good. Got some good seals on the on this engine. But we are going to replace and refurbish as necessary. So we had a 50 horsepower loss prior to refurbishing this engine, so yeah. Gonna make her good to go. So even though the game doesn't really fault you in the order you take parts off here, I'm trying to do it somewhat legit. Is how engine breakdown would go. So we keep the crank relatively solid, so we can get all that parts out of there. We don't want to bend it or twist it, I guess, as far as irregularly during construction or deconstruction. So now we can get the crank bearings out. I'm also hoping that they will add a feature to the next rendition, I guess, as far as to basically penalize for putting parts in the wrong order, but still leave it free, I guess, as far as to make that mistake. And then if you make that mistake, it's going to actually affect the functionality of it, to the point where you might have to buy a new part or even repair it, and that will cost you money. I think that should be a nice feature for them to add. I mean, because that's just the that comes with the territory, I guess, as far as when you're working on car engines. Got to be done right. If you don't do it right, obviously it's not going to work. You might have parts fail if they're done incorrectly. So even though they try to make it fun, I guess, as far as to kind of learn what's going on with the engine building process, they don't go into all the actual fine details, I guess, as far as of engine building, but for some people that might get a little boring, I guess, as far as if you had just a long process to it. So I think the fact that it's been simplified kind of adds it to be a little bit more fun. For me personally, I would enjoy, I guess, as far as having a little bit more detail, like proper torque sequence and torque, proper torque specs on bolts and fasteners. I'd like to see that. Alright, so we got that all refurbished. Get that back on the stand. Let's put her back together. It's all 100%. So we got our crank. Get some new pistons and rings. Don't forget to put those rings on it. 8 new ones of those. Pistons. Rings. Put those rings on it. There's a song for that, you know. Get her pistons in there. I'm going to work on the bottom end once we get these pistons in here, so that's going to be a more legit approach to take. Alright, so we're going to work on this bottom end. We'll get all these pistons fastened to the journals of the crank. Actually, I got ahead of myself. Let's put the crank bearings in first. Get that crank nice and set into place. Get all the slop out of it. Where's my other crank bearing? Right here. Okay, cranks in place. Now, depending on which engine builder you might ask, they would prefer, I guess, as far as to put the flywheel and all the timing stuff back on prior to putting the pistons onto it to kind of give it a little bit more snugness to the crank. So there's, again, just to kind of remove any slop. Just depends on who you ask. We're going to take that approach, I guess, as far as to do that. And we'll do our cam. That's not repairable. I guess it was. Alright, so we'll put that one in there. And then we'll get our time and stuff in here. Get this all buttoned down. Cam gear is not repairable. Get our chime and chain. Hello. There we go. Put our cover on. I'm gonna wait on the cover. Now we can go ahead and put our rod caps on. Yeah, I've built about 200 DLC Vipers in the sandbox mode. Wow, that's a lot of Vipers. You like your Vipers? I probably got. I haven't counted them officially, I guess, as far as, but I got a good number of cars in the garages. And like I said, I'm kind of a. Not kinda, I am. I'm a Chevy guy. I like my Chevys. Pretty much anything Chevy. I've got some C1s, Corvettes. Got some C8s. These new ones that are coming out, I guess, as far as on the Steam Workshop, we're just adding that collection, though. Kind of cool to see. Let's put that button up our bottom in. Yeah, this game's definitely got a little bit for everybody. No matter if you're a Dodge, a Mopar guy, or Chevy guy. At this point, I guess as far as it's got a little bit for... Oh, whoa, 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 we don't want that one. Let's get a new one. Trying to do a 100% green build. There we go. Finish up our back end. Kind of cool that you find, I guess, as far as what kind of cars you like. I mean, the fact that not all makes of cars are represented, though. So there's plenty of folks that I've come to know that, you know, we find that the Subarus are not represented. We have a mod for sure for the Subaru, but it's not authentic in that regard. So certain cars like that are obviously not represented, and for whatever good reason there might be. More than likely has to do with copyright, I'm sure, of branding, brand licensing. Cool. All right, let's get our top end. About to get some new push rods and rocker arms. Build up our valve train. Cool. Outside. Little Vujade, I guess, as far as with building another supercharged OHV. That's we already did one of these today. So this is another refurbishment. Well, yet another one. These are the types of engines that I like. These are very old school. Much easier to teach about internal combustion engines with these types, in my opinion. My personal opinion. This is where it's at. Okay. So let's get some new push rods. Need a mechanic's dozen of those. Okay, slap those in. And we'll get some rock arms as well. let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's do one set of parts at a time. It's easy to get carried away, I guess, as far as by... No, some would take the approach, I guess, as far as go ahead and put the rocker arms and the push rod in all at the same time. Usually not a good idea. You want to check the backlash of each rocker arm as you put those on there, in reality at least anyway. The game doesn't fault us on that. Just slap it in there and it's pretty much done. I wish it was that easy in reality, but it is not. That's just for clarity. I tell you this from experience. Alright, so we'll get some new rocker arms. Another mechanics dozen of those. Go on those push rods that we just applied. Yeah, so the fact that we don't have to mess at all with lash on the rocker arms, that's something the game does not fault us on. It's kind of, that's that simplification that they have in the game. But it does go at least through majority of the motions, which you can go through on an engine build. There we go, so that's all covered up. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that supercharger on now. Got most everything else done. Cool. Get our belts. All new belts. Okay, we'll have to get a new... This should be refurbished there. Cool. These rocker arms in. Again, see, I found myself getting a little carried away, getting some other parts in before we finish up our valve trains. It's kind of easy to do. Not very hard. Get off track there a little bit. There we go. We'll cover that one up. Sweet. So we will need a new one of these. These are not repairable. Go to the electronics shop for that. Let's get that in there. Now the rotor and all that is refurbished, so good to go on that. Pointed that out earlier that I think it should be possible to, because you can in reality too, I guess, as far as you can rebuild and or repair, I guess, as far as the distributor. It's definitely possible. Go back to this store and get ourselves a new fuel filter. Get a belt on the crank. Or the harmonic balancer. Okay, I need that belt on there. That should be all the belts. And for the radiator, keep that radiator cool. Alright, let's get an oil filter. Finishing touches. Cool. And let's get our carbs. Those are refurbished. And of course our filters. Two new ones of those, and then we'll have to get a new bird catcher, as they're called. Bird catcher. The whole story behind that. That's why they call it bird catcher. There we go. I think that engine is complete. So just to make sure in our inventory, so other than the starter, gearbox, drive shaft. Did I get the sparkletors in there with the plugs? No, I did not do that. Any new sparkletors? Go back to the electronics store. New sparkletors. I'm gonna put some wires, new wires on this too. Yeah, it's kind of cool to be able to reminisce, I guess, as far as with some of these cars that we've previously acquired and or worked on. Okay, so our wires, yeah, let's get some new. Yep. Make sure I'm in the right store. I hate when I go into the wrong store. Now we should be good. That is a 100% rebuild. Alright, so I think what else we'll do on this one is we'll fix up the front end. Yep, so these are not... I get some new tires and fix up the rims on these. What's yelling at me? No, you go away with that. Nothing on your end, folks, just on my end. Okay, so what we'll do... Yeah, all this has not been... So we're going to fix up this front end. We've gone this far, let's go ahead and do it. %, not required, but I think we're going to do it. Part of me was kind of debating whether or not if I just wanted to do the parts that are going to affect the horsepower. In fact, okay, hold on, I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Let's just deal with just the parts that will affect the horsepower, and we'll go from there. Because a lot of these parts are still in really good shape, yeah. I think I will fix up the rims, though. Yeah. Well, we can remachine those. Did I get that off? Did not. Let's take this off. We'll fix these up somewhat, anyway. Okay. We'll get these machined. Alright, and then the rims, let's go ahead and break those down. Get all the brake stuff. Okay. Tires, let's break these down. Okay, well let's separate and get our other brake rotor. Multitasking. We'll fix up these rims. Or use those, of course. Sweet, I might leave the tires scuff. I don't know, do I want to replace the tires? What condition are the tires in? They're still green. I think I'm going to use those still. I'm going to keep those. Yep, I think I'm going to keep those. We'll leave them semi-scuffed. I'll set the balance. Goofed up on that. I meant to put this on here first before I, there we go. That's alright. We're only a human. We're not perfect. Wait, did I take that back apart? I think I did, didn't I? Nope, we're good. I did, for a second there, I thought I did that wrong. So let's put our front tires back onto here. Got our rotor that's finished. Alright, we're good. Put those back on. Well, things that'll affect horsepower would be like the exhaust. Engine is 100% rebuilt, so that's good there. Let's get some new pads. Well, at least get that much done. Calipers refurbished. We'll put those tires back on. Okay. Back over here. So we did recharge that battery. Okay, so that's been remachined. New pads. Calipers refurbished. I should have put new wheel bearings. Actually, those are still pretty good. Packet full of grease. Cap it off. Good deal. Sweet. Okay, so that battery should be charged now. Let's go ahead and get that off. Okay. Drain out our radiator. Oh, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. I meant to drain it. Pull that out of there so we can refurbish that radiator. There we go. Drain this guy out. Yep. We'll have to get that replaced. Fuses and relays. That base checked out. See what that's all going to go. Oops. Okay, and we'll drain out the servo, get that fixed up. That should be repairable. Good deal. What else? Bug juice container. That's for getting the bugs off the windshield. We get those splattered all over the windshield. Alright, so we'll get that replaced. Whoops. New reservoir for that. Unfortunately, that will, if you don't replace that, I guess as far as it's not 100%, it will affect horsepower. Yep, that's the thing. Okay. So let's get the parts here that we can get fixed up. Beautiful. So servo is repaired. Base there. Let's get some new fuse and relays. Get those two little guys. Alright, let's go to the electronics store for those. And we need two of the big boys. Four of these. That is the medium-sized deals, yep. Two of those. Two of those. One of those. And two of the little guys. Slap those in. Yeah, we're probably going to have to, when we get this on the dyno, we're going to have to take this over the strip and see how we do. Getting that, all that base horsepower out of this thing. Sleepy Swede, welcome on in. How we doing there today? Okay, so that's all good to go. Radiator, that's all repaired. So we did get a new one of those. Cool. Then nice. Okay, so what we can do now, let's get this engine back in here. This game are good or nah? I'm looking for a mechanic game. I mean, it's not going to give you you know, every little bit of detail, I guess, as far as in there, it's very much simplified. So if you're much the car mechanicing guy like I am, it may not be for you necessarily, but I would recommend it. I have a lot of fun with it. I like seeing a lot of the different mod cars, even if it is simplified, I guess, as far as on the engine build process and such. So we got 100% green build. We got that all restored. Slap her back in. There she is. I guess it just depends on how, you know, kind of picky you are, I guess, as far as with particulars, you know, like torque specs and things like that. It doesn't have everything in here, but I've been kind of digging it. I got a lot of hours in this thing. So let's button up our bottom end. Car service together. I've played that one too. Now, quite honestly, from the graphical standpoint, I like this game. You know, just the environment to it in comparison to Car Service Together. Car Service Together is a little bit more cartoony in that regard. But as far as the functions that it has in Car Service Together, I wish we had a lot of that in this game. You know, as far as the free roaming and all that stuff to get to different areas, stuff like that. We don't really have that in here. We're kind of restricted. So if Car Service Together had the same type of graphical attitude, I guess, as far as to like this one does, I'd probably like that one more. Quite honestly, I'd probably play a lot more of that game. But I do like a lot of the functionality in there as far as the different parts that you have to break down to get it to where it needs to be. So it has a lot of potential, and that's obviously still an early access game with that one. So I'm hoping they have been adding new features to it. So I'm hoping to, you know, it does kind of get refined there a little bit more. Can you buy cars or just customers' cars? Yeah, so that's another thing that's different with Car Service Together. I guess there is some similarities now that I think of it. You're only working on customers' cars in Car Service Together. You don't have the ability to buy your own cars. That's what I like about this game, is it does give you the opportunity to buy your own cars. You get to keep them and have a garage, I guess, as far as for that. Car Service Together doesn't do that. So that's, you know, the fact that it's called Car Service Together, that means you're working on other cars and implies that, right? This one has both. You get to work on customer cars as well as your own cars, which is what I'm doing right now. This is one of my own cars. So that's another aspect, I guess, as far as to consider on overall gameplay. So if you want to be able to have your own cars to be able to customize, this game is probably more suited to you. But as far as just working on customer cars, then Car Service Together. That's just my own personal review of that. Let's get all the exhaust components replaced. Okay. Trying to get this to 100%. Then when you sell cars in this game, they just disappear. Yeah, when you sell them, they're gone. Yeah, they're absolutely gone. So it just helps you to decide whether or not do you really want to do that. Okay, so we got these on the list. Yep, let's get 2 turbo resonators. Rear exhaust, there we go. So no catalytic converters on this puppy. Bro, what are you doing? Not sure what was up with that, well, whatever. So, exhaust. Put that drive shaft back in. I'll probably have to deal with the fuel tank and pump. Get that out 100%. Oh, crap. There we go. Gotta get closer is all. Sweet. Alright, let's get into the rear here. Check out the fuel tank. Yeah, so I think that's the same even in either game. But once you service the car and you sell it, get it over with, it's gone. I wanted like a combo mechanic and car deal sim. I don't think one exists, quite honestly. Because I've played Car Dealer Simulator too. That's another one. Car Dealer Simulator doesn't allow you to have your own cars. You're basically just fixing cars up to sell, right? You have that whole negotiation process. So this one, quite honestly, I feel has both worlds. I guess as far as you get to work on customer cars and your own. But, you know, there are some things that aren't as robust in the other two games. It's like we don't have just one game that offers all of that. So we're left, I guess, as far as to play the separate games to get the other aspects. Yeah. Let's fix up the fuel pump. And we'll get a new fuel tank, because that tank is not going to be repairable. Just trying to fix up all the parts that will affect the horsepower. You wanted the buy-sell script in this game. Buy a car, fix it, sell it, but it would take some time. Yeah, I don't know if there is one for that. I don't know for sure. I don't play... The only mod that we use in this game is the quality of life mod. That's it. I've tried the TK aftermarket, but that's buggy, from my experience anyway. It tries to add, you know, different aspects to the game, but for me at least anyway, it's been a little buggy, so I tend not to push it. I'm more the type that gets as far as that likes to use, you know, just the vanilla game mechanics as much as possible. Alright, so I think we got the majority of all the parts that will affect the horsepower on this deal. Alright, let's get her down. Have to get all the fluids back into it. So engine is completely refurbished. As well as some of the other parts here in the engine bay. Oh yeah, we're in a lot better shape now. We're 90% on all the parts. Awesome. Alright, let's get some fresh motor honey in here. And the dealing with the customer, not that cars just vanish. Looks like this game is what I'll get then. I mean, hopefully I give you enough insight on it. Like, you're not dealing with customers, you know, they don't have the characters in here, I guess, as far as for that. They just, you know, answer the phone and they drop it off. So there's a little bit lacking in that, I guess, as far as in comparison to car service together, where you'll actually have the person show up and it'll be like, you know, this is what's wrong with my car, and then you fix it up, you call them up and they come back and pick it up. You don't really have that in this game. You know, so it is a little bit more less robust in that regard. But just the fact that you do have the ability to work on customer cars as well as your own. So these cars that I have in here currently, these are my own. That's what we're fixing up. In fact, all these cars that we got out here, these are all my own cars. Yeah, that we've just kind of pulled out and we've been reminiscing here a little bit what we have worked on. You missed the interact option? Right. It would be nice to see a game. Maybe we'll see that in CMS 26. The demo is supposed to be coming out probably sometime this month for the next rendition of this game. So that's yet to still be seen if we'll have a lot of those types of aspects in that game. Alright, so we get the motor honey in there. Crap. Hold on. Bro, what is going on here? I checked the oil. Why are you being so silly? There we go. Yep, we did get the oil in there, so we're good on the oil. Get the brake juice in here. So, yeah, another thing with, like, car service together, they added in not too long ago, I guess, as far as to that early release, I guess, as far as the dealing with fuses, which is kind of cool. So that's definitely something that this game had right from the get-go, being able to deal with the fluids and all that stuff. So they're slowly adding things into car service together, much the same like this game does. Holy, that's a nice car park. Yeah. We got a nice mix of cars. And there's more that we have stored in our parking garage. That's not even all of them. let's see. So that fluid's in there. We gotta get some cherry juice in here. I will definitely get this game and 4-car service together. Again, I don't knock it all. I guess as far as car service together, does have some potential. I've seen some really cool things being added to it, be it the fact that it's still in early access. So don't rule it out. But as far as if you want a turnkey, I guess as far as game that has both those components like you were talking about, working on customer cars and as well as your own, this would be the one. Plus, like I said, for me personally, the graphical attitude of this game, as far as the more realistic, as opposed to being cartoony, that's another thing that kind of turns me more to this game. Plus the fact that it's very moddable. It's super duper moddable. In fact, this is our own config of a DLC car. So this is the Dodge DLC, but we've created this config based on that DLC. So very moddable game in that regard. So we got all the fluids in this thing, I believe. Let's make sure she starts. Get her over to the dyno. Check her out. Did I do the coolant? I don't know. Did I do the coolant? I might not have. But she runs. She's a runner. Yeah, I better check that coolant. It's good. Good point there, Jay Booth. Might have forgot the coolant. Yeah, we don't have the reservoir, so it's kind of hard to tell. Let's make sure we got coolant in here. I don't blow it up. Detail's more important for me. Yeah, this one's got more detail for sure. And especially if you're on PC and you use quality of life mod, it'll add, like the brand name stuff, I guess, as far as of the cars, right? So by the DLCs, it will do that automatically, but the default cars that are in the game, they'll put generic names to that. So if you want to have the real names, I guess, as far as to that quality of life mod will apply that. Not a requirement, but it's a nice one to have. Alright, so we did get that in there. Thanks for bringing that up there, Jay Booth. Alright, let's get this over to the dyno. Get this checked out at the dyno. Now we got it all. So, for those of you that are new, fair warning, if you do got the volumes turned up, you got the earbuds in there, it gets a little noisy in here when we dyno, so that's your fair warning. Let's see if we get all this base horsepower. Ta-da! We got all the base horsepower now. Beautiful. Yeah, so, no, there are mod cars. There are mod cars, but this is a DLC. So that's another thing that's nice about this game. There are DLC for it, but there are also mod cars. Let's get this back over the lift here for a second. Okay, so out of our mod cars that we have, this one's a mod car from the Steam Workshop. The 70 Monte Carlo. This one's our drag. That's this creator's come up with a lot of mod cars in recent days. But that is a mod car. This is a DLC. And the fact that you can modify configs, I guess, as far as for the mod cars as well as DLC. Like I said, a lot of modability of the game. These are our own creation. We've been designing this car from the ground up. It's taken me the better part of a year, about a year and a half now, to get it to this level. So this is our Gen 2 Camaro SS trim. This is our drag that we're still working on. We have a Z28 and a standard. So 4 trims for this one, eventually. So the workshop has mods, yes. So you can kind of see, in fact, we'll do it this way. Let's go to the workshop here really quick for this game. So this is one of the latest ones that has come out. This is one of the latest ones that has come out here, I guess, as far as for that one. We do have the drag version of this. So these are just to give you a clue of some of the mods that you can get from the Steam Workshop. This is one of our recent ones that we've acquired. So the whole list of cars, from Chevys to Ferraris, all kinds of stuff. So makes it for a pretty fun game to play. I need a drink. 1 second. Yeah, this weather has been playing murder on my sinuses and throat. This up and down with the temperature is ridiculous. Sick, dude. You like it? Yeah, hopefully if there's any other questions that you have, if I don't know, there's somebody in here that probably does. But just feel free to ask. What's the, oh, that was we did this a long time ago with our J booth. I've been keeping it here on the rollback. We tried to build the crappiest hot rod that we could do as far as a rat rod. So this has the crappiest parts that you can have in it to the point where it'll still run. That's what we did with this one. We did a playthrough, I guess, as far as on that to find and even create the parts, I guess, as far as the crappiest we can get it. So it's a lot of the parts on this car are in between 15 to 20%. You know, with exception to a couple other things to give it this look. So we tried to make a traditional, true rat rod, I guess, as far as in this regard. So you can actually do this yourself, I guess, as far as we've taken the approach. Still, like on the repair table, if you want to make a part, you know, less of a condition, right? So less green. You can actually just fail it. You know, hit the fail, I guess, as far as to get it to the percentage that you want to get. So that was a little bit of a trick, I guess, as far as trying to get that. So there's really no red parts on this at all, as far as I can remember. They're all either orange, you know, be at 15 to 20%, somewhere in that range, with exception to a couple parts. So even the frame is not welded. So you can see even the license plate is a little whacked out. So even the undercarriage made it as grungy as we could possibly do it, and still drivable, and it runs. That was a fun thing to do, I guess, as far as we did that. We had a couple of streams to deal with that. Dude, it's a sign there's a cheaper price on Steam now. They have it on sale? Yeah, if they got it on sale, grab it. That is a sign. So we did get all the base horsepower out of this by fixing it up. So solid. There we go. We need to take this over to the strip and let's have some fun with this guy. Now we got it all fixed up. Oops, I want to get in there and drive it. There we go. Head to the strip. Yeah, buddy. So this is our first time getting to the strip today. So this is another thing here, Sleepy Swede. Highly recommend, if you do get the game, and if they don't have it in a bundle, get the drag DLC. This is what this adds with the drag DLC. Being able to take your car, or even customer cars for that matter. Customer cars you get to take to the strip, and you can actually compete with them. Yeah. You looked at it yesterday? So so it's in pounds. I gotcha. Nice. 82%. Wow. Yeah, definitely grab it. That's a sign. Grab it. But like I said too, they're Sleepy Sweet. If it doesn't come in a bundle, so if you're getting just the game by itself, definitely consider this drag DLC. This is what I'm in right now. This is the part of the drag DLC. So no matter if it's your own car or the customer cars, you have the capability of bringing it over here, and you can actually compete with it. We're just going to take it over here to the corner mile. So we get to see some other cars too that we've got here. So this is a mod car. Let you know up here if it is a mod car or it's a DLC. So this is a C1 that was done by someone on the Steam Workshop. Oh, this is a nice matchup too. He's got a little bit of tuning. This C1 might actually beat us. He's got a well tuned. Let's go check it out. Let's see what our Charger can do. You got the bundle now for so that does include the drag DLC. That's a good deal. Now, I don't know what the conversion is USD, but from the sounds of it, sounds pretty good deal. Awesome sauce. Yeah, so this is what we're divulging in right now is the drag DLC. Let's see if we can beat this C1. Oh, you got us. That was a good race. Yep, he got us. Got us pretty good. That was a good race. I like that. That's solid. So the fact that he did have a little bit of tuning on that same engine. We got the same engine. Good for you, C1. That's a solid race right there. I'm not even mad about it. This one here, this is another one. This one was done by good friend of ours, I guess, as far as in the chat, known as Gulishman. He's made this available on the Steam Workshop. It's a Resto Mod Mercedes-Benz. It's really low. It's set low, I guess, as far as with, I think it has the 392 Hemi into it. Yep, you can see that right there. Really cool looking car. In fact, let's give this a look, I guess, as far as you're on the track. You can see look at how low it sits. Really cool stance to it. So let's see if we can do this. Get a better look at it. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Let's restart that. See if I can get a better look at it. There we go. That is a mod version, so it's based on a DLC, the Mercedes-Benz DLC. But that is a mod config that you can get on the Steam Workshop. Get it in that configuration. So, cool deal. Alright, let's get this back in the cockpit. See if we can beat this guy. Oh, he's got us. Another good race, though. Once again, I'm not mad about it. So they had that 392 Hemi. You got slicks on it with a little bit of tuning. That 392 got us. Now, from here, I guess now this is probably a good example of the amount of horsepower we're getting out of this one, which was, what was it, 523. That's kind of where that that Monte Carlo SS should be at, and then we can build on that, I guess, as far as to put performance parts to get it to 890. So the fact that it has the 890, I guess, as far as right out of the gate, probably not what we want. So we probably want to create a separate config for that. Probably what I'll end up doing with that, if the creator doesn't actually change the deal. So let's see what else we got. We got an Audi R8, V10. Try our car out with this one. Got a pretty cool mix of cars in this class. Oh yeah, that one got us too. That kicked in the turbo, I guess, as far as I threaded in. Look at that. So obviously that leaves us room, I guess, as far as for improvement on this car. We could add some performance parts to this one here to make it a little bit faster. I would like to keep this in the Class B. This Class B is a fun, it's a fun class. 805 for the bundle instead of. So that's USD. Is that what you're talking about there, Sleepy Sweet? Yeah, I appreciate that conversion. Yeah, that's a damn good deal. And it could very well be part of the reason why they probably got that on sale at this point is because the demo is going to be coming out for CMS 26 sometime this month. So they're probably, you know, marketing it, I guess, as far as the, you know, if you like this one, you'll probably like CMS 26. That's what they're probably marketing it for, which is good marketing. Alright, so I think we've got a pretty good idea of what this thing can accomplish. Let's head back to the house. Pretty good deal. So obviously we can get beat. Whether or not we want to add any performance parts to this, that's still yet to be decided, but we got her fixed up at least anyway. Thanks for recommending to pull that one out there, Jono. I know you were looking for that Fast and Furious inspired Dodge Charger. That car too, I guess, as far as this to kind of add to it, that is available on the Steam Workshop. We have this available. This is one of our own creations of this DLC Dodge Charger, and that is available in that collection. So let me put this out here. That's the list to the collection. You'll see this car available on that collection over there on the Steam Workshop. So if you'd like to get that, now you do have to have the Dodge DLC to be able to enjoy that. Just be aware of that. So if you don't have the Dodge DLC, obviously you won't be able to use that configuration. So yeah, we fixed this up pretty nice. Kind of like it. Does have some room for improvement for sure, but I don't think it's too terrible. I'm gonna go ahead and put this back in its home. And we got a 454 SS drag, Monte Carlo drag, I guess, as far as to consider. So, okay, where did I put that? Uh-oh. Okay, we gotta find the first spot. Yeah, we had this pretty full. Where did it put that guy? I think I put it right there. Yep. So let's move this one back to its home over here. That would be in... There we go. Put him back in there. Yeah, we got the better part of... There's all our other cars that we have stored away. Mix of DLC cars and mod cars. A lot of good mix. This one here is pretty much... Not all of them, but a big chunk of these, I guess, as far as of our own Gen 2 that we've been creating. That we're trying to model. Get that one good. Appreciate the lurk there, Jay Booth. Got that coffee in your system now. Gonna get to work. We do got some stock cars. A lot of these here are default game cars. Yep. These are default in-game cars. Yep. These are mostly that. This one is a mod car. That's available on the Steam Workshops. That'll tell you right here. Ooh, alright, so what we want to do next here is pull out that 454 Monte Carlo. So this is one we worked on today, I guess, as far as to fix that one up. This one does have a little bit of issue on the base horsepower. The only thing, I would probably want to create my own config, I guess, as far as to kind of tone that down. But at least it gives me an idea of what's going on with that one. Really a well done car, as far as from the modeling standpoint of that. It's a really clean car. So where's our 454 custom drag? Right here. Let's pull this one out. So this one we acquired from the auction. 5-star, I guess, as far as we played a pretty good penny for this guy. So I'm gonna work on this one here a little bit, get someone out of the hole. Nice. So let's put our Roadrunner away. Okay, we'll put that back in its home. Parking, Roadrunner. Let's put him back where got a garage to put that into. That one was right there. Cool. Let's move these around here too. So let's do a swap. Gotta clean up my garages here. That one there. One thing I did notice, so this 70 Monte Carlo, you got it as a Chevrolet Monte Carlo, and then this one's just like this. So what I would have done, might put a word out for that one there. I would rename this to actually add which generation it is. So that way when you're looking for it in here, you'll know. That's what I've done with the one I'm designing. I added to the name of it to know this one is a Gen 2. Because there is one in game 2 that is in likeness, I guess, as far as of this one. This one's obviously, I feel, maybe a little biased, a little bit more authentic this way. So yeah, just to add which generation it is, so that way you can tell which one is which. I mean, obviously the thumbnail will kind of give it away too, but as far as the verbiage of it, if you're just looking at the verbiage of it, obviously it's a little bit hard to determine which Monte Carlo is what unless you look at the picture. So, not a big deal either way, but that's the difference that I noticed between the newer generation Monte Carlo, which with this one should be considered a Gen 2. This would be the Gen 2 Monte Carlo, and this would be the Gen 1. So I would put a Gen 2 on this one, as far as the G-body. Anyway, that's we did pull out this 454 drag. Let's go ahead and work on this guy. Look in Steam Workshop now on all the cars. Give me an issue? Yeah, you can get lost in there, that's for sure. There's a lot of cars to consider. Now, be aware too, most of the cars in there, they do require DLC. Some don't. But yeah, you have to pay attention, I guess, as far as to potential DLC that they do require. Some of them also will require TK aftermarket. Got to be aware of that. That is a separate mod that you'd have to apply to the game. I don't use it myself. Excuse me, but I have come to find that some of the mods out there do require it. So just be aware of that. Make sure you read up on it before you subscribe. So you know you have all the stuff needed, I guess, as far as for it to work properly. So I think we did determine that this one does run. I want to reconfirm this. It doesn't run. Okay, cool. Want to reconfirm. Alright, so let's get this one going. So a little bit in the holes we already pointed out. I'm going to go ahead and weld the frame, get that to 100%. Just the particulars. 1100 to get that welded. You can get all DLC cheaper than the price of the standard game price yesterday. Yeah, so if they got a lot of that stuff on sale, I'd grab him. We're to the point now, the only DLCs we don't have are the Taxi, Police, China, and I think at least the one latest Rims DLC. That's the only ones we don't have at this point. We have pretty much everything else. So that's up to you, I guess, as far as if you decide to want to get the other ones. Personally, I feel like if you get the brand name, so it's like one of the latest ones that we got for a mod car that we're working on was to get the 392 Hemi. In fact, for that the rest of mod Mercedes, we needed to have the Dodge Ram Jeep DLC. That's one of the latest ones, so focus more on those. That's my personal take on that, as opposed to the Taxi DLC and the Police DLC. It's like they sound pretty intriguing, but I don't know. Personally, I don't care for them. So let's do some body parts on this. We'll fix these up. Get these all over the bench. Get that really clean. I like the fact that it's actually got the bolts on the fenders, I guess, as far as for the underbody. That's pretty slick. I like that. Pretty decent detail in that regard. Yeah, this one's got the hinge brackets here too, I guess, as far as for the door, just like the other mine. That's pretty sick. I like that. That's solid. I don't have any detail like that on our one I've got designed. Gives me a lot of insight, I guess, as far as for what we can do to that. Really, right now, my main focus has been just to create a specialized chassis for the drag version. You got the hot rod remastered. Yes. That's one of the first ones I got, actually, to get this rat rod. So if you wanted these here, this is that hot rod DLC, yep. So I think by default, these are called Smith & Parker. I think that's what they're called by default. Not using quality of life mod, but yeah, that hot rod DLC would give you cars like this one. Yeah, that's the only ones I can think of right off the top. Okay, so we can't take that off. Take the windshield off. Get that window out. These all replace. That window. Whoa, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry about that. Nice interior though. Like that center console. That's a wicked gear selector. So I think we got all the parts we can actually fix on this. Let's go get it over to the bench. So I guess they remastered it too. I didn't realize they remastered that hot rod DLC. I think when I picked it up, it hadn't been remastered, so it looks like they must have remastered it. I don't know what they remastered, but sure it was good stuff. You're only missing one car, my own Chevy 55 Bel Air. They do have that. That car is represented. Now there's a mod car. I tend to like that better. So just to kind of give you an idea here. Whoops, excuse me. So this one here. This one right here. So this one is a in-game car. We created an in-game drag for that one. This one's the in-game Chevy Bel Air. So it's called a Bolt. Oh, I forgot what it's called by default. But by default, it's a Bolt something or other. This is our drag version of that. There's also, let me pull this out of my garage, a mod car that is in reminiscence of the 55. I think I like that one better. Well, the fact that the game itself has a version in the likeness of the 55. Let me pull out the mod one. Just remember where I put it. That one is, just to kind of give you an idea of what's out there. Where did I do with that? Those are Camaros. Where did I put that rascal? Oh, here it is. This one's our supercharged. That is, yeah, that's the mod. And then this one is the rest of the mod. Let's pull this one out. And I'll put it out here. So this is the mod 55. There's several trims on this one here. The amount of customization on this thing is ridiculous, in a good way. There's a lot more modding you can do to this one, I guess, as far as in comparison to the default in-game car. So this is one of the trims that we've got here. It's got the fact that you can do gold trim, chrome trim, and black trim on pretty much every level. You got mods, or do you mean the workshop? So when I speak mods, I'm speaking mostly Steam Workshop. Yeah, so the mods are through Steam Workshop. This is what this one's available. That's a 57. Yeah. So when you mentioned 55, I guess as far as I think this one here is a mod 57. So yeah, I don't think there is a 55, but when you said that, I guess as far as just kind of reminded me of this. This is the mod one, and then this one's the in-game. Now, this is the drag one that I created, I guess, as far as, but there are other trims of that by default. Yep. So a lot of this is just using vanilla in-game parts to include the car. This is one of my favorites too, I guess, as far as when it comes to mod cars on the Steam Workshop. 57, yeah. I mean, we don't have a 55. I think the same person that is designed like this one here is working on a 55 Bel Air. So that's still yet to be seen, though. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure, I guess, as far as they said, it's in the works to do a 55 Bel Air. So just to kind of pay respect, I guess, as far as the 57 that's already out here. Alright, so we got all these parts on this Monty. Oh, let's get them put back on the car. Our headlights. 55 is more like a taxi. Should have been in a DLC. So, yeah, they didn't include... The only one that's close to that would be the Checker Cab. That's in the taxi DLC. That's the only one that's close, but it's not exactly the 55 Bel Air. Right? So, again, it comes down to... Just be aware, I guess, as far as that. What you might think is in the some of those DLCs may not be in there. Oops, we don't want that window. We want to put that mirror. We'll get some new windows. Yeah, just the mirror on that side. Alright, our trunk. It's all refurbished. Yeah, exactly, I saw that, but not close enough. 57 will do. Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I'm a Chevy guy, so I like my Chevys. So anything I see that's Chevy, I'm definitely gonna check it out. So this Monte here that we're currently working on is no exception. Okay, let's go to here. In fact, here's all of our mod cars that we have. So we got that Chevy Bel Air that I showed. The GTO, that's another nice one. This one here, you can take the whole body off the frame. A lot of detail in that one too. The customization on that one is ridiculous too. Yeah, the fact that you can take the whole body off the frame. This is one of the latest Monte Carlos for Gen 2. We got the IRXZ 69 Camaro. Of course, we got our test car. McLaren, that's another nice one. Be ready, if you get the McLaren here, be ready for sticker shock on that one. This thing is super expensive. You need a lot of money, I guess, as far as to deal with that car. But just be aware of that one. That's a fair warning. It's a nice little list of some of the modded cars we have, though. It's fact we need to go into here and get some windows. Get some windows. Okay. Drag DLC, Mercedes DLC. Now the game start makes sense. Yep. You're a Mercedes and Chevy dude. Nice. I'm a diehard Chevy, but I've learned to appreciate some of these other makes. Some of these other car manufacturers. I was raised up on Chevy, so you never get that out of my blood. Especially the old school Chevys, like this Monte Carlo, the OG IRXZ. Yep. Okay, so we're 95% on body. Let's see what we missed here. Whoa, hang on a second. Steering wheel, that's going to be interior. That's interior, exterior, interior. Okay, what am I missing here? Would be... Why are we not... Okay, so that's probably just going to be license plate? Probably. Yep, so this 5% on there is probably just a license plate. I think we're good there. Okay, let's work on some interior. Get that up to good. No. You like the C10 step side? Yeah, that's a nice one too. We got one of them out here. This is just the stock one. This is the stock trim. This one's very moddable too. This one has some quirks to it though. One of which is how you get at certain parts, like let's see if I can let me do it. So like right these types of parts. Whoops, hold on. These parts like that, a little bit hard to get to. Like all these bolts. A lot of people have had trouble with getting that part on or off. That'll give you a little bit of insight on that one. It does have, I've had to redo some configs on this one here because of the way the modern engines are put into the other trims. They're kind of funky. So I've created my own trims, I guess, as far as to correct that. I haven't seen anything more updates to this one, unfortunately. As far as, so you may find yourself creating your own config, I guess, as far as to correct some defects on it. But otherwise, it's a pretty solid truck as far as that C10. Benz, because my dad worked on a Mercedes workshop, and they also did sell Mercedes, brand new, like nice. Yeah, that's a nice reason, I guess, as far as to be a little bit privy, I guess, as far as to that. The fact that there is the Mercedes, from what I've come to find, the Mercedes DLC is pretty well done. I've learned quite a bit, I guess, as far as about the Mercedes, I guess, as far as by working on those cars. Alright, so where are we at? Interior. We're gonna do some interior. Do that next. Let's do a disassemble. This all fixed up. Okay, interior assemble. Let's get some new stuff. Put that on the list. Let's go to the interior shop and grab those items. 2 new bucket seats. New bench for the back. Now, I had considered, but because the way this body is designed on it, it looked kind of weird just leaving the back seat out of it. So I kept it in there.
Come on down.
Yo, boy. Yo, boy. I appreciate the follow. Welcome on in. Here's steering wheel. Okay, let's do an assemble. So yeah, I would have left the back seat out of this, with the fact that this drag car, it just looks pretty blah back there without the back seat, so I just left it in there. Okay. So we should be 100% on the 98, so yeah, we'll get a detail that last 2%. Let's see, you and your dad own like 80 plus cars together. Holy smokes. Most of them is Mercedes and some Chevys, pickups and stuff. Holy smokes. Yeah, you're way ahead of the curve than I am. I don't have any cars. I don't own any cars. I have owned some cars back in my day, early days, but currently don't own any cars. Let's see. Let's go ahead. Scan interior. But also some European, like Volvo and German cars. Yeah, this game will really give, at least it has for me, it's helped me to appreciate some of the other car makes, besides just the Chevys that I've come to love. So, alright, 100% on interior. Thing we got left is the other parts. Get this up on the lift. So I already know it runs. I put those Krager SST style rims on this guy. There's Brent. What's going on there, Brent? Welcome on in. You're yeah, you were one I was hoping would stop in here. You are that lucky recipient, being in the top 5 for the month of February. So yeah, while thinking about it here, let's make sure we get that taken care of for you. Appreciate you doing that. Now you will have the option there too. I should probably ask. If you want it for yourself, I'll do that for you. If you want to give it to somebody else, you can do that too. You already got the VIP, so you're good there. So choice is yours, Brent. You can let me know. You will take it? Alright. We'll get you taken care of though. So he got 2 Cadillac 1958 Coupe de Ville last summer. Both need paint and work. But we are car painters and restore. Oh, nice. Solid. Yeah, let me get you taken care of here, Brent, so you can, let's do this. Okay, I don't know why I went there. Cool, I know we're good. I guess they changed that up a little bit. Alright, that'll take a second there to process. Alright, Brent, you are good for the month of... Oh crap, you should be good for the month of March there. Appreciate you. Oops, okay, why did this not want to pop out? Hold on a second, hold on. Ah, I broke my stuff. Pop that back out, there we go. Yeah, appreciate you being here, I guess, as far as to be able to accept that there, Brent. You're good for the month of March to enjoy that ad-free viewing experience. And some emotes to spam. Very welcome. Alright, so where were we? We were Yeah, we want to get it up on the lift. That's right. So let's work on the rest of this car. So we want to pull this engine out, get that fixed up, drain the oil. I already know what it runs, like I said, it gets this first, so definitely good there. So you got the 9-month badge, nice. I know you have been subbed here before. Save you some money. Save you some money this time. That's just my way of showing appreciation for the support on the channel. Alrighty, so we want to get this dismantled and get this pulled out. Get that gearbox off. Yeah, it sounds like, now, I don't have anything like what you got there, Sleepy Swede. Not at all, but that's pretty cool. For me, I used to own a 76, so it was a Gen 2 Camaro. That's what given me inspiration, I guess, as far as to create one that's more in the likeness of this. This is more or less the way my car was, with the exception was a 76. The 76. This was a 70. This is the first generation 2. I did have the low profile cowl induction. Mine was a V8 305 that was bored 30 over. So it was very much a sleeper. So that same color, pretty close to what I've been able to get to, that blue sapphire metallic, what they used to call it. I got as close as I could get to. So that's been my inspiration to create that as a model for that. Oh wait, did the TTS not work? Oh no. Hold on, we gotta fix that. What's going on with that? Racer Batman trying to do the TTS there, that did not work for them. Hold on a second. We gonna fix that. And you close that guy. Let's see here. Okay, they're both off. Let's close that up. Yeah, that is definitely not working. Let me see if I can fix that. Give me a second. That's not good. That should be. Let's go here. Okay, I gotta log back in. Oh, I gotta reauthorize that puppy. Okay. That'd be why. Now, let me see if I can, you know what I'm going to do there, Racer Batman? I'm going to refund those because those didn't work. Give me a second here. Let's do this. Yeah, that was not your fault. We'll fix that. Let's go to here. We'll do manage requests. And we want to refund. That's the last two. Refund that one. Whoop, I did that wrong. This one here, so reject. There, that should be good. 3 minutes ago. Yeah, we'll do that one too. I don't know how many you did there. It's showing that you did 3 of them in the day, so we'll go ahead and do that. This one we can mark as complete. Cool, we'll get those refunded. So, yeah, if you try that again there, Racer Batman. See if it works now. Just out of curiosity, I had to reauthorize it. That's Fun Cars. A friend of me and Dad had a street legal Camaro Z28 with a Jaguar axle. Holy smokes. And a big block with 600 horsepower and NOS. Yeah, that's one thing they don't have in this game is nitrous. I'm hoping they add that to the CMS 26. That'd be cool. They do have the turbos, the turbo engines, but not nitrous. I'm not registered with that though, but legal with slicks.
Racer
There it
Batman
goes.
says rockin' sports car, rolled rockin' sports
There
car,
we go.
rolled rockin' sports car, rolled rockin' sports car, rolled rockin' looped, rockin' looped, rockin' looped, rockin' looped, rockin' whore.
Yeah, we got it back working. There we go. We're good now. You also painted customer's Camaro convertible with a 502 blower. Holy smokes. So you did the orange with black. So that's like the hugger orange or the competition orange. Yeah, I can picture that. That sounds pretty sweet there, Sleepy Sweet. Okay, so where do we leave off? We're trying to get this engine pulled. That's what we're trying to do. Let's get this out of here. See if we missed anything. Should be able to get that yanked out of there. I don't think I have any of these engines built. Alright, she's out of there. Move that out of the way so we're not tripping on it. So yeah, just to double check, I don't think I have any of these engines built. So let's go to our warehouse. Nope, sure don't. It would have the red head covers onto it. We don't have any of those built. Alright, so we're gonna have to put that on the stand. I want to get that rebuilt. You're ending off the... Oh, I thought you already did there, Jay Booth. I'm sorry about that. Good stream and catch you tomorrow for... Alright there. Alright there, Jay Booth.
Come on down. You're the next contestant.
Yo, Sleepy Sweet, appreciate the follow. Yeah, you'll continue to get those notifications for when we go live. We play a lot of this on our Monday. Been playing it quite a bit on our Wednesdays still too. So I get at least one day, if not two, I guess as far as of just wrenching on cars in here. We'll continue to get those notifications for that. Alright, don't work too hard there, Jay Booth. You know, farmer guy got off to work there too, I think. Yeah, feel free to ask, that goes for anybody, but especially Sleepy Sweet, if you've got any additional questions about the overall dudes with this game, feel free to ask. If I don't know, somebody in here definitely does. We'll get down to the bottom of it if we don't know. I still tend to learn a lot of stuff about this game. Like, as of recent, I learned from one of our viewers about being able to... the size of tires. If you want to get... So initially it'll put them in there as in multiples of 5. If you want to get them at 0, you max it out and then tone it down to get 0. So that's... I never knew that up until just recently. So it's like there's so many quirks about this game, I guess, as far as it's just adding so much versatility to it. Totally checking here some more? Nice. We're always glad to have. Nah, I won't. It's only traffic control. Well, I have to mention it anyway. Once I start to play the game, the question will start to come. Yeah. You know, we've had our fair share of folks have the questions. A little bit rough starting out there. What I can tell you, without spoiling too much, I guess, as far as you will find yourself, at least that's what I've done, working on a lot of call orders, right? As far as before being able to work on your own cars. So you got to build up to that. Not only your funds, but just your skill level. As far as being able to work on your own cars. So it's going to take you a bit. It does. So that's one thing I will say without giving too much of a spoiler away. Don't expect to be able to go in there right away and be able to work on your own cars. You won't have the money to do it, let alone the skill to be able to do it the way you want to do it. So I think that's a really cool thing about it. And that's just considering playing in the normal mode. It's a whole different level you do expert, which I have done in the off stream, but you know, I'm kind of used to it. You know, I'm a car guy, so for some folks it would be pretty difficult. So take that in consideration. Just give me a little bit of insight, I guess, as far as what to expect. Yeah, so this one this one's not a push rod engine. A little bit more simplified. I think what it makes up for here in the valve train on this engine is idlers on the front end. This one's got a lot of idlers on the front end for the belts. Yeah, I get that. I also want to play the game and not cheat. You know, oh yeah, I'm the same way. So the status that I've got on here, all of this that you see as far as the monies, it's all been just from working on cars. So like I said, some of the mod cars that you'll work on, you'll make a lot more than, you know, expected. And that'll earn you money as well as XP and so on. But yeah, I've not cheated any of that in there. It's just been from working on cars and putting the time in. You know, so it's not like I use the money cheat, for example, I guess as far as
Racer Batman says rockin' sports car roll.
That was an interesting one.
Sports car roll, rockin' sports car roll, rockin' sports car roll.
That's an interesting one. Nice combo. That's a great job, and it's well earned. Yeah, I've got so the last I looked in here, I got pretty close to 1,100 hours into this thing. Seems like it would be more than that, but so yeah, I've definitely put the time in. I know there's plenty of folks out there that got way more than I do. I'm not trying to compare it in that regard. If you put the time in, it will you'll reap the benefits. Let's put it that way. I've been raised, I guess, as far as to kind of you know, earn the working. If you work hard, I guess, as far as the benefits will. You'll reap the benefits from that. Do. I'm trying to dismantle a little bit legitimately, so I'm keeping the crank intact, I guess, as far as before we get the pistons out. That's both on the, yep, it's on the crank journals, the crank bearings. One question, what does config means? Oh, that on one of the workshops. So a config, when you see that in the Steam Workshop, that means that's just the config for an existing car. So it'd be either a mod or a vanilla car in the game. So that's all that mod will have. It's just a config. So it doesn't give you the car. So if you, for example, if you don't have the DLC, right, then you won't be able to work on that config for that car. If it's a default game car, that's a config. That'll just add another config to already what's there, which will be separate from what the car already provides. So it just depends on if it's a DLC or a mod car. If you don't have the mod car subscribed, and somebody creates a config for the mod car, you got to have that. They should have that disclosed for you, I guess, as far as in that description, if it does require any other mods or DLCs. So like for me, I created this config for this mod car. This is my own config that I've got on my own PC for this mod car. This is considered a config. So that's a simple example I can say there. Hopefully that's explained. If I didn't explain that right, as far as I'll try and explain it better. So some cars will say if it's a full mod, like it won't say config. If it doesn't say anything like config on it, as far as that's the whole car, that's a mod car. I was flipping this back right side up. So in fact, I can go here, kind of show this out here. So like these cars here, like this Chevy Monte Carlo, for example, this is the whole car. Another thing I'll look at is how big is the file. So the fact that this one's next to 12 megabytes, that gives me the indication it is the whole car, which it is. That's confirmed. The config files, if it's just the config, this file size will be very small. It might be less than a megabyte. So that'll give you some indication as to whether or not, if there's nothing else listed that it requires other DLC or what have you, which quite frankly, I guess as far as if you are a poster to the Steam Workshop, you should put that information in there if it is required. Just don't assume people know. So that's my own quirk, I guess, as far as about that. I've seen some mod cars or some configs out there, so it's like, okay, what does this require to make it usable? Okay, so we need to get these parts fixed up is what we need to do. How do you do your own config? Use the editor. So I have shown that before, but I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I'll show you. This is what's nice about this game. It has an editor. Let's go ahead and save our progress here, and I'll show the editor really quick. Okay, we already saved it, so we're good. So we're gonna go back to the editor. So to create your own config, go into the editor. Now I'm using quality of life mod, so I don't remember if you'll get this. Can't remember how it works, but even if you don't have this available, if you launch the game, I guess as far as it'll give you a choice to either launch the game or the editor, you can get into it that way as well. So in this case, I'm just going to go this way. So if I go into the editor, I need some editor music. So what it does, so this one will come into one of the last cars I had loaded. That's too loud, hold on. Let's do this. So this is one of the last cars I had loaded in the editor. So if I wanted to create a config for this, right? This gives you a list of all the cars that are currently configs that are available for this car. So if I wanted to create a new config for this, which I might end up doing, one thing I will suggest, I got a little bit ahead of myself. If you're going to make your own config, you want to make a copy of the config that's already available for that in the game directory itself. So the fact that this is a mod car, I'd have to go to the Steam Workshop download and add a config for that. So I'll go through that step, I guess, as far as just to kind of give you a little bit of insight on that. So it depends on if it's an in-game car. So let me choose an in-game car, for example. So let's just do this one, for example. Let's say you wanted to create a config for this car. This is an in-game car. Before you do any edits to any of these configs, these are all default. You don't want to mess with that, right? That'll screw your game up. I don't suggest that, because as far as what you want to do is create a copy of an existing config that's already in whichever car you want to create your own config for. That's the prerequisite. So I'll go through the steps of that really quick. First, let's jump out of this and exit out of this. So just to give you a little bit of a tidbit of the editor itself, I've got a folder here for workshop cars. This is where Car Mechanic Sim is located. You got it installed on your Steam, and it shows all of your mods that you're subscribed to. So let's just find, okay, this is the Monte Carlo SS I want to create my own config for, right? So what I would do is I would probably take this one here, that's the drag, I would make a copy of this, right? And then name this in succession to what's already here. So this one's already got a config 1, so you name this one config 2. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Probably going to want to do this anyway. So let's paste this one. I'm going to rename this one to config 2. They have to be named in succession for the game to recognize it. So in this case, this will be config 2. And then what I'm going to do is rename this so I know which one is mine. I'm going to do this one as a drag custom. That way I know it's mine, the one I created. Right? I'm going to save that. Alright, and then I also want to pair this config file up with a body config. So there has to be a comparable body config to go with that. So the fact that this one had this body config 1, right? So it's pretty self-explanatory there. Copy this dude, and I want this to match up for this one. as a 2. We'll paste that, rename this dude, and then we'll paste this one. So we'll paste this, rename this dude, and then 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 we'll paste this, can't stress this enough, I guess, as far as how so many people that I've come to know, I guess, as far as mess up the default configs that come with a mod car or in-game car. Save yourself the hassle and create your own this way. So this is giving you the example of a mod car. Okay, so hopefully that does explain a little bit. It's not that hard. Now that I've created these like this, for this particular mod car, if I go back into the editor, now I'll go ahead and show how you get into the editor from the launcher. Let's go ahead and launch it up this way. You'll get this option, it gets as far as to launch the game and or the editor. Right? So we're going to launch it up by the editor. That's two different ways that you can get into the editor. And I do use that melon loader because I do have the quality of life mod. If you don't have a quality of life mod, you won't see any of that just showed. Alright, I need to get this clicked out of here. Cool. Now we're back in here. And what that's going to do, it's going to reload up that car. Go back to that Monte Carlo SS, which is, so obviously you're going to have to know which car, I guess, as far as you want to create the config for, right? So I'm kind of used to that. So I'm going to load this one back up. Now I don't have that config for the custom that I just created. Now this one is the one I want to edit, right? So one thing I would want to edit on this one, as I already pointed out earlier part of the stream, is I want to change the RPM mod on this one. Put this back to 1. Okay, that gets it down to 478 horsepower, and I'm going to edit the torque mod instead. I'm going to try to get it around 600 horsepower. That's 723, that's too high. Let's do 1.3. What I'm looking at over here is this information over here on the side. So as you update, I guess, as far as this torque mod, it'll tell you how much base horsepower this car will get. So config is like a version of the car. Yes, absolutely. So as you load up these different cars that you create a config for, you'll have it listed here. So each one of these is a separate config for that one type of car. Yeah, that's probably a good way to put it. So I'm going to go 1.25. That's running around 601 horsepower at the base. So let's try 124. 598. That's not bad. That's a good base horsepower to have on that. I'm going to go ahead and save this. Now this will be my own config of this mod car. What that'll become. So I'll go ahead and save it. And because I've created that as a separate config that isn't of the original, that's when I can play around with not affecting the original. So now I can. The only downside, I guess, as far as creating it, I still got to find this car that I just created. So it's not like it's going to give it to you automatically in the game. You have to look for it. So you got to go on the hunt for it, which is thrill of the hunt, as we like to call it here. So once you create your config for that car of your choice, I guess, as far as you still got to look for it. You can go to the salon if it's set up that way. I guess as far as to be able to go ahead and just buy it. That's something else you can do. But I like to fix on the cars, so we like to try and find them, I guess, as far as either in the barn or the salvage auction or even the junkyard if it's set up that way. So we'll go ahead and load this back up. Alright, so there's that. Let's get back into our gameplay here. Oh, it's just that simple. That simple. Okay, we'll get this back loaded up in here, and we're going to continue working on our drag Monte Carlo. But if I own the car already, the new config version is like a new... Yeah, so, funny story. If you already own the car, and you create, let's say, for example, I'll take this one as an example. So I created this config for this Monte. If I make changes to the config in the editor, those changes will take effect even though I already own it, right? So if I tend to want to put different engine swaps to this, which you want to be careful with, now that I say this, not all engines are going to be swappable in it because of the orientation of the engine in comparison to the exhaust and all that. So just because you want to have old school engines, I guess, as far as in with the modern, you got to, that's somewhat of a restriction with that. So if you're going to put old school engines in, like this one here has this engine, these are the configs that can go along with that. I haven't tried these all in there. I should probably check and see if these are all legit, because not all engines you'll be able to swap in, I guess, as far as and everything line up, as far as exhaust and such. So you want to be wary of that. So just because it sounds cool, I guess, as far as like, oh, I want that swap in there. Keep in mind you can only have one position for any particular type of engine. So you can't move the position to make it the other swaps, I guess, as far as line up. So you have to make sure the swaps that you're putting in there, whichever one that you put in there, is going to line up, I guess, as far as based on that one translate of that engine position. I know I'm speaking a little bit Greek, I guess, as far as, so if I sound a little bit awkward, I guess, as far as, then I don't know how best to describe it. So you have like 2 or 3 of the same car with just different config. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. But yeah, I might be describing how the engines work, I guess, as far as not the best way. Oh, we got so this guy on here. Hold on a minute. Get this off of there. So did we fix up? Nope, we got to fix these parts up. Good. Okay, cool. We got them broke down. We just got to get it fixed up. That's the number one thing that I ran into that when I first getting into car configs is don't try to put. You won't be able to. I mean, I shouldn't say you won't be able to. You can, but you're gonna get a lot of misaligned parts. So like if you wanted to put a V10 swap in with the V8, not gonna work as far as the parts lining up. So if you want to be dedicated, I guess, as far as to putting a V10 or a V12 into the car, you're gonna sacrifice being able to put V8s in there and have it look good in the engine bay and such, because you'll get parts not lining up. It looks kind of gaudy, and you'll find out, I guess, as far as once if you start playing around with that, you'll come to find out pretty quickly, I guess, as far as like, well, crap. Okay. So that's why I will do like special configs, I guess, as far as for cars that wouldn't normally have a V8 in it, which we do have some of them available on the Steam Workshop. Like we got V8 specials, car configs, I guess, as far as for cars that otherwise just have an inline 6 or a turbo 4-cylinder, because you cannot have all of those same type of engine swaps into one config. That's why you have the separate configs, I guess, as far as to be able to do that. Alright, we got all these parts fixed up. Let's get this back on the stand. We'll get her rebuilt. Okay, get the crank back in. New pistons and rings. Put that on the list. This is another solid thing that this game has as far as like the parts list. Being able to put that on there, just the fluidity of how that works. I've done some speed runs, I guess, as far as with, you know, just how fluid that is. I hope they don't make it too more clumsy, I guess, as far as in the next rendition, anyway. Okay, some new pistons. I'm gonna work on the bottom end here next, I guess, as far as get that all buttoned up. Try to do a little bit more legit engine build. Okay, we'll flip this on its side. Let's get this bottom end done. So we'll get our crank set in place. The game does not fault you for doing this in the wrong order, but I like to show it done a little bit more legit, the way it should be done. But that's the simplicity of the game. It does not fault you for putting parts on in the wrong order. You know, so to do all your top end and do your bottom end last, for example. Okay, getting this all like this. We'll get a new one of those. That is not repairable. Oh, missed a screw somewhere. There we go. Alrighty then, so let's get all of our rod caps in there now. And we'll work on that front end, get all the timing in, to include the distributor and such. Just noticing, I guess, as far as going a little bit past my normal time, but we're having too much fun with this, so I'll at least see if I can get this engine completed, and then we'll move on from that. We had a lot of fun here today. Checking out, kind of reminiscing a little bit. Had some new folks show up. It's always a pleasure, I guess, as far as seeing new folks showing up, I guess, as far as to get some insight on what this game is all about. I think it's still got a lot to offer. Alright, so our bottom end's good. So let's get our heads back on there. Some very solid heads. Thick heads. There we go. So intake, plop that in. I'm gonna wait on the supercharger just yet. So our cams, dual overhead cam, non-push rod engine. So we need new cam gears. Get 4 of those. I've done so many of these, I can probably build these in my sleep. So we need some new belts. Get 2 of those, yes. This is a rather simplistic overhead valve. There's some more complex engines, like if you get one that I can think of right off the top is like the Aston Martin DLC. Those engines get pretty involved. Also the Pagani engines, as far as the AMG engines, those get pretty involved. Yeah, AMG and the Aston Martin engines. That's just 2 I can think of off the top. So if you really want a really thorough and detailed engine build, those are ones to get. I learned a lot about those types of engines in this game. So it's kind of an educational tool, I guess, as well as just having some fun. Look at all the idlers on this thing. Yeah, like I said before, what this one lacks in push rods as far as valve train, it makes up for in idlers. Did I get them all on there? Need 5 of those. And at least 1 of these for now. So many idlers. Okay. Get this guy in there now. Cool. And then we'll put that belt on. I think this one's got 3 belts, if I remember right. There's 1. Here's 2. I think it is only 2. Yep, I think it's just 2 belts. Put this idler back on. Trying to get this 100% green build. Tensioner, yeah, we'll get a new one. So this one's in good shape, but I want to get it 100% green build. every little bit of engine part that's not 100% will affect horsepower. We're not trying to do that. Set screw, torque sequence. Now again, the game doesn't fault you for doing that the wrong way, but I try to take the legitimate approach. There we go. Good cover on. Oop, got the set screw. Okay. It's all about putting equal pressure on the part that you're trying to fasten. If you try to tighten it from one end to the other, you're going to put uneven pressure on it, and that causes you tweak it, I guess, as far as the point where it can warp the part. So, general rule of thumb for a lot of parts is to do from one end to the other, but also do a crisscross pattern if it allows for it. General rule of thumb when it comes to that. Always go with the manufacturer specified torque sequence and or torque specs. That's if you don't have them, I guess as far as that's a general rule of thumb. You just got the quality of life mod from Nexus Mods. It means the editor visible in the menu. Oh yeah, so if you did get that, make sure you get the melon loader, Sleepy Swede. Yeah, so be aware the manufacturer name mod, you won't need that if you use a quality of life mod, because the quality of life mod already has that included. So like to get the, you know, the brand names, the authentic names, that'll do that. Now if you want the part names, the authentic part names, there's a separate mod for that, which I don't use. But yeah, just be aware that the quality of life mod, but you will need the proper version of melon loader for that quality of life mod. So just make sure you get that, and it has to be the 0.57. Don't get the newer version of the melon loader, otherwise that quality of life mod will not work. So when you are prompted, I guess, as far as for the version of melon loader to get, make sure it is the 0.57. I might be saying that wrong, but it is 57. Okay, I can go through the motions of that, I guess, too. Let me go ahead and save this again, since you're in that boat. I need to do a video on this, is what I need to do. So let me do that real quick. Let's do a save. Let's go through the motions. Okay, so so what'll happen? This is all saved up. Okay. Oop, what happened to my music? There we go. Alright, so this is how it works. When you get the quality of life mod, it's going to be in a separate zip, right? Make sure you get the melon loader. It has it in the instruction there. If you got it on Nexus Mods, it'll explain to you exactly what needs to happen. So get that melon loader installed. What that's going to do, if I go to my game install for the game, I go into here, what it's going to do, it's going to create a mods folder, because you won't have this up until getting the melon loader installed properly. Once you have the mods folder established, I guess, as far as to installing the proper version of the melon loader, you're going to unzip that quality of life mod. It's going to have these two files, folder and a file. Slap that into that mods folder, right? And that's pretty much all you got to do. Once you launch the game with the melon loader properly installed, once you launch the game, it's going to give you that that dialogue, I guess, as far as to let you know what the melon loader is loading. That's when you know it's working. If it doesn't do that, then you did something wrong. So that's just to put it in the simplest terms I can explain. So yeah, if you already did download the quality of life mod, which will be, like I said, in a zip file, which includes these two files, that does have to be unzipped and put it in the mods folder once you get Melon Loader installed, right? Because you won't have this folder, and don't try to create this separate, because that won't work either. You got to have that Melon Loader. That Melon Loader will automatically create this folder along with other things that is needed, I guess, as far as for the Melon Loader. So Melon Loader will have this setup here. You don't need to really mess with any of that. Really don't need to. There are some files that you can edit in there, but as far as just to get it running in a default fashion, you don't need to really do anything. So as long as you have this one here with the mods folder, I'll have life mod in there. I'm repeating this over and over again just to make sure it's understood. Where do I find it? Should be right in where you got the quality of life mod. So for example, if I go like this, if you go to the Nexus mods, it'll show you right in there as far as what version of Melon Loader. So if you read down in the description, right in about the middle of that page, it'll show you the deal for the Melon Loader. Just making sure the links are working. Okay, so yeah, it's got a link right there for the Melon Loader automated installer. Make sure you get that. So right there where it talks about the installation. Yep. It's got a link in there for Melon Loader automated installer. That'll take you to the Melon Loader download. And again, make sure you heed that. It's going to give you an option to get a newer version of that. Make sure it is that 0.57, just like it says there. If you use any other version besides that, it will not work. So that's I'm starting to lose my voice. Yeah, version is important. Yes. If you try to use a newer version, then that 0.5.7, it will not work. It doesn't have the right libraries to it. And it will let you know when you try to launch it that way too. Yep, that would be the version. Wow. Ooh, plenty of murder on my Okay, anyway, I just had to go there to make sure. I guess if that's loading out correctly. I think we're all good. Alright, so yeah, that's the simplicity of that. And then, like I said, once you got that all installed correctly, I'll close that out. Once you launch the game, like this, I'm going to go ahead and just relaunch the game. It's going to bring up, now if it's all installed, it'll do this dialog for Melon Loader. And it'll also come into the Melon Loader splash screen. That's when you know it's good to go. If it don't do any of this, then you did something wrong. That's the best way I can describe that. But other than that, it should be pretty straightforward. And then also, like I said too, what Quality of Life will provide is the authentic names to the different in-game brand cars. So instead of it calling a Bolt Reptilia or what have you, I guess as far as it'll name it appropriately. Now, as far as the brand name to parts, there are separate mods for that. I'll leave that at your disposure, I guess, as far as to decide which ones you want. I don't even use myself, I guess, as far as the authentic brand names for the car parts. You know, for like batteries and stuff like that. I'm not really too concerned with that, but if you want that, that's your choice. I can't say too much about those, I don't use it. Okay, so where do we leave off here? Where we're putting in... Yeah, got the rest of our parts to put in. So yeah, if there's any problems that you have with any of that, definitely re-explain it. But hope I put that in the simplest terms possible. Okay, we need a new oil filter. Let's go to this store, grab one of those. Another thing that the quality of life mod will do, which is kind of nice, is this is the one reason that I like the quality of life mod in the first place, amongst many things. But if you've got in your parts list, right? So if you're looking for parts and you got them on your list, if you already have some available to you, this goes to show even when you go to the barns, when you get to that point in the junkyard, if you put items on your list, it's going to let you know condition-wise and how many are available. So right now I've got batteries that are available in my warehouse that are in the green. This is the one thing that I like the quality of life mod for, amongst other things. Just to help, yeah, so it takes the guesswork out of when you're looking for parts, especially like at the junkyard and what have you, to be able to repair. It's going to tell you that. So now I unzip and paste the DLL. So you got those two deals. You got the folder for quality of life mod and that DLL. Those both have to go in the mods folder that gets created from Melon Loader. Yep. Okay, so did I get that on the list? I think I did. Let's get the sparkulators on the list. So yeah, so I put the spark plug on the list there. I don't have any spark plugs available. So if I did, it would show a number and its condition. So because I'm at home, these parts here are available in my warehouse. But if I keep these on here because I want to stock up on those. So if I find them in places that have them available, I like to pick those up so I can add those to my inventory. Okay, so we're in the wrong store. We're gonna go to this store. Let's get 8 new sparkulators. And I'll stay here in the electronics store because I got to get some ignition coils. Both in the mods folder. Yep, got it. Bathroom. Oh yeah. Let's get our sparkulators in. Oh, no, we don't want those. Hold on. I want to get some new ignition coils. So we'll get 8 new ones of those. We're already in the right store. This is obviously the more modern LS engine. Semi-modern. We get this one here. I think this one's in here by default. The drag DLC will add that other LS engine. That's a little newer. A little tad bit newer. Covers are refurbished. And I think that is it for this engine build, besides this guy. Put our oil filter in. This one should be done. Cool, now just to confirm what I got left in my inventory. A lot of these parts will probably just end up selling it. So our starter and that, we're going to keep all that, obviously, to put that back in. Okay, so I think we're good. Alright, so let's fix up some of our front end on this this Monte. And put our refurbished engine back in there. Like these types of rims on there. Reminds me of the Traeger SSDs. A lot of these, look at how good, these are all really good shape. Man, part of me just wants to leave that alone. You know what? I think that's what I might do. I'm gonna leave these alone. So I'm just gonna fix up the parts that will affect the horsepower. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do like the exhaust and all that. Okay, cool. Let's try that out. So let's do Take these out, get some new ones. Oh, can't quite reach it. There we go. We're gonna get that fuel pump out. That will affect horsepower. Alright, let's do a new fuel tank. Yeah, I think that's the approach we'll take on this one for now. Just to do... Okay, we'll get that fixed up. Cool, let's get that over to the bench. Yeah, this car's in really good shape. We paid a good penny for it too. Put that back in. So we need to get this side back out. Alright, let's get a new exhaust. Dang it, keep doing that. 2 new ones of those. 2 new exhaust pipes. %. Cool. Alright, let's get turbo resonators. They call them middle mufflers, I call them turbo resonators. This is a nice grumble. Catalytic converters on this one. Is the rims DLC worth it? Looks like some... Yeah, I know there are some mod cars that do. I don't have any myself. Alright, we're gonna have to keep these out until we get the engine in there. Okay. So we got some preliminaries to do in the engine bay. So what it'll do when you don't have a DLC for a mod car, or even, you know, if it's saying it requires it, it just means it won't apply that. Like, it'll just apply a dummy to that part. We've had that happen to us. What I'll usually do, and I've done that with a couple other cars, I guess, as far as just create my own config so it doesn't require the DLC. I've had to do that. So this is going to need a new ECU panel. I have to replenish my honey lemon tea. Oh, excuse me. Having the bandito still hanging out. What are we doing there, Evan? Yeah, we're running a little bit later than we usually do. And for good reason. Alright, so let's do... Gotta drain this guy. Yeah, so these will affect horsepower if it's not 100%. Get these replaced. You doing some editing? For me it says car required DLC, but there's... Yeah, so I don't know how else to explain that, I guess, as far as what it's going to do. If you don't have the DLC for a car, it puts a dummy on there, so it's just basically a blank part. And then you would have to, in order to correct that, either get the DLC or you create your own config that doesn't require that DLC, just like I showed earlier. That's what I've done with some of the cars. Alright, let's go ahead and get a new reservoir. Alright. I'm about to drain this dude. Yeah, so just be aware, if you don't have a DLC for a car, doesn't mean you have to get the DLC. The car will still load for the most part. It just put dummy parts in there if you don't have the DLC. Okay, tools, drain that out. Looks pretty clean, but we're gonna go ahead and replace it. Get a new part. So that will definitely affect horsepower if it's not 100%. Put this battery and get that charged. Cool. Put that on the charger. That's charging. Alright, let's do our bug juice container. Oop, we need to drain that. Bro. I hate when it goes into the wrong menu. We'll take that out and get that replaced. So it's in good shape, but it's not 100%. Will affect horsepower. So that's why we're changing it. 100%. And we'll get this refurbished or replaced as necessary. Okay, we got that drained out. Let's get this radiator out. Get that refurbished. Cool. Get that over to the bench. Get that fixed up so our battery should be charged. Good deal. Oh, did I forget to put the clips on the distributor? I think I did. Oh no, that was the clips for the, never mind. Different part. Never mind. I think my brain's starting to get hungry. Okay, so let's get these back in here. So, air box, that was repairable. We can get a new filter. Yeah, we'll put those front tires back on there. For now. We'll probably continue to refurbish this guy, I guess, as far as later, but I want to get the engine components all nice and refurbished. So we need a new ECU. That's not refurbishable. Let's get to the correct store. Again, we're just going to leave them stock. We're not going to do performance on them. At least for now. Always do that later. Alright. Already in the proper store, so we need 2 of these. 1 of those. 2 of these. 2 of those. 2 of those. And 1 of those. Cool, let's get those on there. Should get this engine humming like a kitten. I say humming, I meant burn. Okay, so that's all good to go. ECU's good, so we gotta drain this guy out. Oops. Wrong deal. Additional tools. Drain it out. I can get this over here. I need that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that for now, so let's go ahead and get this off. Get that refurbished. That will affect horsepower too, even though it is related to the brakes. Okay, that's all nice and fixed up. Okay, part mount. Yes, please. Okay. I think that's all the preliminaries here and there. So we get this one fixed up. Good deal. Radiator back on. All 100%. Ooh, I think we're ready to put that engine in here. And we'll get some new downpipes if we didn't do that already. Let's see what we got here. Pull that guy off. Let's slap her in. 100%. Green bill. We can check that list. There it is. Alright, let's get the bottom end buttoned up. So as far as downpipes, yeah, we'll get some new ones. Get that all 100%. 2 new downpipes. That definitely will affect horsepower if we don't have these 100%. Gearbox is all 100% refurbished. Okay, we get our starter in there, 100%. And of course our drives here. Sweet. Alright, so we should be good to go on all that. Let's get our tires back on there. Yeah, let's get this other side back on there, get her back on the ground, and we'll check it out in the dyno. See how good we did. Wait. So, condition-wise, we are 95% on all parts and body. Now, this last 5% on the body is going to be the plate. Not going to worry about that right now. So, yeah, we're in pretty good shape with this one. Are we, out of the hole yet? Oh, yeah. That's better. So, we were like 9 grand in the hole. Just by fixing up that little bit there, we got out of the hole. With this one. So, yeah, we made good on this one. Beautiful. Okay, so we gotta get all the fluids back in here so we can get this on the dyno. Get some motor honey back in here. Okay, we'll check our dipstick, make sure we got adequate motor honeys in here. That looks pretty adequate to me. So let's get our brake juice back in. Gotta be able to stop this this monster. Okay, good to go there. Let's get the coolant back in here. Cherry juice in there. We'll get some bug juice in there, and now it should be all the juices. I think we got everything related to the engine performance, I guess, as far as taken care of, so that I get all the base horsepower out of this thing. That is not what I meant to do. That back in there. More bug juice in there. Gotta get all the bugs off the windshield from whipping down the strip. You know how it is. Okay, and then our cherry juice over here. A little room for expansion, so there's all of that going. Let's make sure she starts. Ooh. A little bit high up in the seat here. What's going on here? There we go. Okay, what did I miss? Did I forget the battery? Might have forgot the battery. Yeah, absolutely nothing. Yeah, we forgot the battery. Helps when you put the battery back in there. The fact that it gave me absolutely nothing by turning the key, that was that indication. Missing the battery. Say what? Did I not get it off there? But I got it off there. What you talking about, Willis? Take it off. Thank you. Guess I didn't take it off. There we go. Yeah, it's more like it. Alright, cool. Now we should start. Check it out now. Oh yeah, looks like we're pretty high up in the seat. I don't know what's up with that. I'd have to adjust that. Yeah, might have to adjust that down, I guess, as far as, but other than that, he's a runner. She's a runner. Good deal. All right, so let's go get over to dyno and check that out. Lastly, here, move it on over to the dyno. As I mentioned before, folks, I guess as far as getting over here in the dyno, if you got the volumes turned up, with the earbuds in there, fair warning, I guess as far as to, I don't want to blast anybody's eardrums out. So I might have to bring down that seat a little bit. Not a big deal. We can do that. You can adjust that in the config. So I've mentioned that before. So even if you own the car already, if you want to adjust that config, adjust some things like that in the config, you can do that. All right, here we go. It's gonna get a little noisy. Class A 542. And we did get all that base horsepower, so we did good there. That's solid. That's all I was looking to accomplish here, at least on this one for now. Put this back over to the lift. And just to confirm, we got it out of the hole, because we were 9 grand in the hole. And we got all the base horsepower out of it. No tuning, as at least for now. So, yeah, turned out pretty good. So, we got some parts here we can sell and or scrap. I think I'm going to do that in the off stream there, folks. So, if they're, Sleepy Sweetie, I guess as far as if there wasn't any more questions, I guess as far as you have there. If you have any, additional questions, feel free to get on their Rock Nation Discord. I'm losing my voice, so that's another reason why I need to get off here. This weather's just been running rampant, I guess, as far as on my, sinuses and throat. I'm gonna get myself some honey lemon tea, kind of soothe that a little bit. You're in the game now, so is it all working? Did it all load up? Everything working the way it's yeah, if you continue to have any questions, we'll be back on this for probably our Wednesday. We'll be doing some trucking here tomorrow, folks. So if you want to see any of that action, there's the Discord. Thank you, bot, for putting that out there. You can feel free to leave some questions in the Discord if you wish. You do have the CMS 21 general channel, I guess, as far as in the Discord, so feel free to go there. So if it's all good there, nice. Good to know that that's all working great. We're gonna send this off to somebody in the outro here, folks. I guess as far as, so if you can, please, ever so nicely, stick around, I guess, as far as for the raid on the outro, especially if you're on the purple side. I think I know where I want to go back to, so yeah, I think Sleepy Sweet, you were mentioning about this game that we were talking about this earlier. There's a friend of ours, I guess, as far as that is, playing some car dealer simulator. He's been having a blast with it. I think we're gonna go show him some love, I guess, as far as, again, with that, to kind of keep it in the same genre, I guess, as far as of car dealing and car repair. So if you can do that, we're going to queue this up here, especially if you're on the purple side. For those of you on the YouTube side, I appreciate everybody that did stick around. Hope we had some fun. If you haven't subscribed already over on the YouTube, make sure you do that to get the notifications of that. Every Monday and Tuesday, we'll be simulcasting some American Truck Sim and Euro Truck, I guess, as far as tomorrow, both on Twitch and YouTube. Do that. Okay. Post medias that are posted to the channel. I think the bot already put that out there for me, so thank you for that. Absolutely, there's Sleepy Sweet. All right, we got this all queued up to go and say hello. Show some love over to Tiny Turbo playing some Car Dealer Simulator. So, hope you all do have a marvelous rest of your Monday. wherever you might be in the world, and hope to see y'all again real soon. Bye for now.